That's right.
I saw your name popping up. Like, oh, that's nice. Good to meet a person.
Finally.
Yeah.
And I was we were actually focusing on something in Sweden that nothing to do with roofing, but I was kind of and I was in the region civil or defense workers needed staff.
They're investing rapidly in,
Yeah, creating
specifically in the
apartments.
biofuels, the biofuels.
Yeah, so it's still on the oil
Oh yeah.
sector, but it also working towards that the states for sending in their pockets stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Nice.
it's still happening,
Okay.
mainly because we use still in Sweden, not even the in Sweden the government says, well, don't change fine because it can be on sustainable process, which is true, but not in the government's own claim. That's why
Right.
it's succeeding.
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
Yeah,
I think we're working hard to change that.
they
So
can.
we're still quite active in Sweden. We
Yeah,
now have a team developing an e-SAF facility. So we've stepped away from the biofuels in Sweden, focusing on e-SAF. So we
right.
announced a plan together with Skellefteå Kraft
Yeah,
in northern Sweden.
right.
So we've been doing that for the last couple of years.
Yeah. Because what is
So
happening is also part of what you're saying is correct, but the production is always bigger, other part is always like smaller, exactly. So don't step away from it.
no, no, no. We're all focused on SAF. So
Oh,
we're
I just
developing
heard
with
you stepping
Skellefteå.
away from SAF and into ESAF only.
No, no, no. We're still doing everything, but with
Oh, it's bigger.
specifically with Skellefteå, we're developing an e-SAF
Right.
facility.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're still very much in the wider SAF space,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
And this is of course you've seen also a lot of news now is not happening. So
Yeah.
that's just mentioning prospects.
Key. I think it's. I already have just walked in 15 minutes and I already hear the same message.
Yeah, yeah, because and I think we're really going to talk about that now, more specifically, because we have a panel prospect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You
also
know,
you
with
touched on the
all
topic a little bit during the slides.
yeah,
Really, that's how important it is that the policy landscape is also stable, doesn't change. Otherwise, you can't get investments in.
yeah. Do you think we don't need full power?
Hmm?
You don't think we should need full economy? Yeah,
Got to be late in schedule.
that's right. But I can. So
Presentation.
Jo, tohle je normálně chairman, moderátor a tohle je normálně hodnotová.
Jo.
Jo,
A jeden z
kam-
otázek.
Co?
No dva,
Have
dva
to
aby
check if
měli.
you have all the panel.
Jo, jasně, jeden, druhý.
Jo, jo.
Jo. A
Yeah, we're touching a little bit on consequences of that for the market.
do we have a panel here?
We have everyone.
For a panel we need to see.
Mm-hmm. Ruben?
Yeah.
A nice looking gentleman.
That's right. Good morning. Hi.
Sure.
Hi, Matthias. Great seeing you.
You haven't met yesterday?
No, we did not. No, we didn't shake hands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I saw you from a distance.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So Jose is here, obviously. Ruben is here.
Dietmar is there.
Yeah.
And
And
Benga.
Ukeme is there. All right, perfect. Good morning on this always difficult first session of day 2 at a conference. So excited to hear all the advancements we made yesterday throughout the day and not least in the networking sessions. I want to share with you a couple of thoughts, also allowing for our colleagues to arrive before we have the panel discussion in just a few minutes. Sort of my 5 key takeaways from yesterday, which I also hope that we can discuss during the panel just now, and then maybe during the networking sessions later. And this is, I know that you're all the experts in the sector, and I'm not, so this is like a half from outside perspective. And of course, the key word, the number one key word, that's my first conclusion from yesterday, was the importance of trust. I think we all realize that if there's not trust in legislation, we don't get the investments that we need. That's been heard throughout the day, but I want to bring up also that trust, of course, is a two-way street. Uh, and when we look at the well-publicized exits from our sector, do they inspire trust in what we do? And when we look at how we communicate, how some players are now not doing what we thought they would do just a couple of years back, does that inspire trust in what we do? That's my first takeaway, perhaps, that it would be exciting to hear more how policymakers should be very confident in giving us the trust that we want them to give us. My second thought is that it was inspiring to see yesterday how we're very clearly in this together. How ethanol and methanol and ammonia and all the other sustainable solutions, not least biogas, need better regulations, need better trust, and so forth. But nevertheless, most of the slides, the charts, the comparisons were done one sustainable biofuel against the other, pitted against the other, showing how this gives better impact, how this has better safety, how this uses less land, and so forth. And rarely did I even see in those charts the obvious common enemy, which is business as usual, which is fossil fuels. And I know that's because it's a given for us, but I still sort of want us to maybe consider if there's opportunities for being more clear about what we always have as the first statement, we don't compete against each other, and how that would resonate throughout our message. From an outside perspective, that is perhaps not always obvious when I hear us. Thirdly, it's very obvious that we're in the center of Europe. What gets decided at Brussels level matters the most to us. It is painful to us to see 27 different interpretations of the European level, but also when we were asked yesterday, okay, so what is a global best practice here? When we were discussing how do EU regulation relate to regulations around other parts of the world, it was perhaps not as obvious. And I think, being an ex-policymaker myself, I think it's often relevant, and I know that we have several global actors in the room, it's often relevant for us to, look at other parts of the world and see how do certifications and standards and demands at a European level resonate with what's happening in the rest of the world. Not just as a quick word about how Trump destroys things, but also about seeing best practices. The fourth of my 5 introductory remarks, also to manage to allow people to arrive a few minutes late, is that we know, and I'm very glad that we emphasize, that the challenge of our lifetime is to combat climate change. And it was great to see so many very impressive figures on how our solutions are really helpful. Tremendous climate gains, in several cases below net zero, better than net zero. But even me as a climate guy realized that the game now is only partially about climate. And maybe I missed a figure or two, but I struggle to remember from yesterday any figures on how we improve resilience or reduce vulnerability, or how we strengthen the European community in what's increasingly a world of regions, or how we create jobs. I don't think I saw a single figure yesterday on how what we propose create jobs. So even though I'm a climate guy, even I thought, well, maybe we should focus just a little bit less on climate and a little bit more on the other things that we help with, and that are obviously tremendously important in a world that's not safe and where there's a huge demand for jobs in many countries. And my fifth and final introductory remark before we get this this beautiful panel started is that, and it's a confession of mine, is that first when I came here I was a little bit disappointed that we were not more people here. But I was wrong, because what we need to do and how we need to increase trust and how we need to cooperate better. It's not done best, I believe, in a conference with hundreds or thousands of people. It's certainly not done best at the COP30 in a couple of weeks. It's done best one-to-one, finding solutions, going forward, realizing what you have and what I have can make the puzzle better and can inspire better in the trust that we need from authorities. So with hindsight, I think, and introducing the second layer, I think the size that we have here, and now we have all parts of the value chain, which is going to be shown in the panel right now, I think might be exactly the right thing that we need in the moment where we find ourselves in terms of advanced biofuels. So thank you for allowing me to share those introductory remarks. We're now gonna welcome up the, and that's also gonna be like sort of my first question to the esteemed panel. Do you at all agree with this initial analysis? And we're gonna bring up on stage, we know them from before, most of us. First, we're gonna have Jose Figueroa, who's from Rumble. Welcome. Yeah, we're actually, yeah, I am. That's right. And we're gonna get one more mic soon. We are gonna invite, of course, Ruben Miravalles from Repsol. Welcome, good morning. We're gonna have Dietmar again from XTS. And Gbenga from US Grains and Bioproducts. Welcome. And we heard some of us yesterday, but not all of us. Some of us are newcomers to the audience, or at least newcomers in this capacity. So let's start by an introductory round with what do we bring to the table in terms of how we drive the market forward through strategic partnerships. You go first.
Okay. First of all, let me just talk a little bit about US Grains and Bioproducts Council. So we represent about 200,000 farmers in the US. We represent about 200 different producers of ethanol. We're present in 28 locations. We have about 90 million hectares under cultivation for ethanol and so on. So it's about expanding the markets and for the farmers and for the organizations that we represent. And like you said, that starts with trust. And very many times when you come in, let's take some African countries, for example. When you come in and you want to talk about biofuels, they want to find out, and we've been asked quite directly sometimes, what's in it for you? So what's in it for you really is a reverse question, what's in it for them as well? Because that's where trust is built. You can't just be about what is in it for you. So for many of them to move ahead with their mandates, they want a partner who can really help, who can be with them, and who can also make sure that their own economic prosperity and their own interests are met in it. So without that, you have difficulties. But we're in two different markets. One is for biofuels for transport, and the other is for clean cooking, which you know is a real big issue in the third world, especially in Africa. So maybe I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much. Jose?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Jose Figueroa from Rumble, Denmark, consultancy company based in Copenhagen. We're around 18,000, a lot of engineers working through all the value chain, strong in energy, buildings, airport, transport. And in my department, we're working with biogas, biofuels, carbon capture, waste to energy, and the green transition in general in power generation. And when it comes to strategic partnerships, Rumble has the core mission to support sustainable societies. So we stop investing and working with the oil and gas projects, for example, even though there's still a lot of money being invested there, unfortunately. And we try to get partnerships with clients that support climate change, support the green transition, the just transition as well. We are very skeptic and keeping compliance with very high standards, and it's quite easy to feel the purpose of a company like Rumble. And when it comes to partnerships, the only message I can give is to start early on. We've seen some partnerships being built way too late, and there are so many gaps that are too late to be closed. And the cost after a strong development is just too high. So partnership should be the first thing you start working. You need to integrate the value chain vertically from early on.
Thank you so much, Jose. Ruben?
Thank you, Jose. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. My name is Ruben Miralles. I work in the R&D division of Repsol, which is a Spanish oil and gas company trying to move into the energy transition and reduce the CO2 emissions in the operation, and completely transforming our business model. I started my career working in the conventional fuels business. In this business, we have companies that are very well integrated into the whole value chain. So we have the feedstock, we have the technology, have been used and developed it from tens of years, and we know the market and the product completely. When we move into the advanced biofuels, the value chain is completely new for us. So the position of do it alone and competing with your peers will no longer be the most effective and fastest way to proceed. So we need to incorporate new feedstocks, we need to incorporate new technology, and we need to transform our existing assets in order to make it happen. So I would say that partnership with feedstock producers, with feedstock traders, pretreaters, partnership with companies developing the technologies that are completely new for us, and with companies working in the logistics of both the feedstocks and the product is completely mandatory in order to develop this kind of projects. So from a fuel producer's perspective, I would say that we cannot do it alone. We need all the actors in the value chain to make it happen.
Thank you, Ruben. Dietmar?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me here at this panel. Yeah, I think Dietmar Huber from XTS Commodities. We are in the commodity business, focusing on biofuel, and from the, let's say, left side of the feedstock sourcing, aggregating towards the right side of the final end products, road, marine, and aviation. I see our role in really establishing partnerships and not really just moving a few tons from here to there. So really long-term partnerships, establishing and linking, let's say, the feedstock side with the final end products and the manufacture of sustainable fuels. And also securing or ensuring that we have a continuous level of quality and continuous level of supply.
I love what we already just in introductory round here got about the importance of long-term, how it's a different value chain, how we need to start early, and also how we can look well beyond European boundaries for good examples. And I would love to build on that. If we could share generously with our colleagues here positive examples on how strategic partnerships, when it's worked really well, and what have been like the key components there. And I'm going to turn to you first, Jose.
Yes, take this one. Yes, so one example Rumble have been working for a long time is with governments. So we support in a more holistic way. Of course, I support biofuels, but this is not the only decarbonization method, especially when we talk about societies, like more agricultural-based societies, where there's a lot of waste that has not been used in the most efficient way. And now there's willingness to invest, there is more knowledge, there is more awareness of what's been done. You just mentioned cooking. It's a big problem. If you go to Southeast Asia, we've seen also a lot of push there, where Rumble is supporting in an holistic view, like in a helicopter view, what can you do with each kind of feedstock, with each kind of waste material. You can do biofuels, you can do bio oils, you can pelletize and gasify some sort of waste streams. And yeah, that's one of a good example that is working. But again, it's a long term, it's early on, and it takes time. It's also building trust with the stakeholder. It's also building knowledge and engaging with the people, spreading the word, lobbying for biofuels, and it doesn't happen from one day to the next.
Yeah, well, I will try to give 2 or 3 examples in which, from the, let's say, the current situation, how is this being done, and some others potential example between cross-sector collaboration. So, production of diesel and SAF from the hydrotreating of vegetable oils is becoming a standard in the biofuel scenario. So, as I have explained before, an oil company didn't know nothing about vegetable oils, weights, lipids, and so on. So, we can have the option to develop it from scratch, which is not the best way to do it. But we have the option of establishing collaborations with companies in the agro sector, with companies in the waste and collecting services, and with companies with capabilities for refining and pretreat this oil. And I think that this is the way that the industry is moving. So not only in Repsol, but also with our peers. I see a lot of examples of oil companies having collaborations with companies in the lipid sector, going beyond these long-term oil supply agreements. So they are establishing the joint ventures with these companies. They are even some operations of merge and acquisition. So there are different ways of establishing partnership. But I would say that is becoming the usual way to proceed indeed. Another example that was introduced by Brodin yesterday, the colleagues from Sodra, is the possibilities of collaborating between the pulp and paper industry or the forest industry and the fuels producers. So when I started to get familiar with the pulp and paper mills, I get really impressed of how a lot of carbon molecules came from this paper mill and could be a very useful raw materials for fuel producers. So in a pulp and paper mill, you have a localized source of biogenic CO2, and there is not so usual to have this kind of biogenic CO2 sources at the level required to establish a project for biofuel production. You have methanol that could be recovered from the gases instead of getting burned. You have crude tall oil, which is for the pulp and paper mill could be a byproduct or could be a problem, but for us it's a very valuable feedstock for biofuels production. So probably not so many collaborations, but a lot of conversations going on. And I think that there could be a lot of synergies between these sectors.
Thank you. Dietmar, from your perspective, best practices.
Yeah, good. I think you mentioned it. In the biofuel business, you see a lot of different type of players. For example, when you talk about UCO collectors, they have never, let's say, done a lot, or at least smaller ones, with biofuels. So they started to collect waste. It's more than kind of a garbage collection. But all of a sudden, the garbage collection becomes a feedstock to make fuel for running engines. These different type of industries bringing together, and then of course, as you mentioned, with new technologies, and I learned yesterday there's a as well a lot of new technologies emerging, which probably will make the biofuel production in the future much more efficient and affordable.
And Gibenga, from your global perspective?
Yeah, okay. An example of strategic partnerships in Europe here, when it comes to ethanol, it's more mature. People are very well aware, and governments are well aware of what it does and what they can do. And many of the considerations are regulatory and also economic. When it comes to other less developed economies, it's extremely crucial to have strategic partnerships. Take, for example, a project where we have on at the moment in Nigeria. We've had to really partner even with the regulator, with the standards organization, with representatives of transport, representatives of the Cassava Growers Association, because ethanol very often is from sugarcane or from corn, but here is a country that has abundance of cassava. We have to find a solution around cassava. So that means that we need to look at it with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture to look at how we can work together, improve yields and all that. And suddenly you find that in just trying to push or trying to move for ethanol, you're now having strategic partnerships with all those key stakeholders who have an interest in it, because that's the only way it's going to be successful. So it's a big market, but to be successful, you need these partnerships actually to make sure that each person's interests are taken into consideration and is seen as a common project. Thank you.
I love those, the way that you widen the scope here. We got the garbage collectors, we got the cassava growers, and it just shows that a strategic partnership might be a lot wider than we initially thought. But we've also seen that with all the, we discussed that yesterday in several of the presentations, that with all of the best intentions, we've seen some partnership that went horribly wrong, or where in the end, partners like Södra and KLM realized that what they wanted was too different, so that they could not go ahead in the end. And when we see those failures, if we flip the coin and look at the failures, is there lessons learned for strategic partnerships for the future? You have the mic, so you can keep going.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to answer it in such a way as to why I think it can go wrong very easily. I think a lot of transparency is required from the beginning. People really need to understand what's in it for everybody and how they can all succeed together. I think that could be the problem, and also maybe sometimes changes in what they call it, in regulations, especially from past experience. So that could be an issue, but it's very important that there's that transparency where everybody understands where each person is going, and then there's an alignment, and that alignment has to be visited very often to make sure that we're still aligned. And then, of course, recognizing who are the key stakeholders. Sometimes it goes wrong because a key stakeholder has not been considered from the beginning. And by the time that person comes in, it's disruptive. But then maybe we should have introduced them from the beginning.
And how staying with you for a second, how do we have like a wide enough scope? Because on the other hand, you don't want too many players because you're just going to waste time.
Well, okay, from experience, practically, we found out that you need a consultation at a certain larger level, at least on the level of information. Now, those who are most invested in it, either financially or for their future, they may form a smaller group to actually move things forward. So sometimes it's at 2 speeds or even more speeds, either technical or either commercial and so on. But it's important that everybody gets carried along, and yet you must know the key people. It's your stakeholder analysis anyway. You need to know who are the key people who will really make it work if it's going to work. And then they have to be really involved at every step of the way.
Jose, with your 18,000 colleagues and your huge experiences, can you sometimes early on see, well, this partnership is not going to work? And can you find which are the key components then?
Yeah, I mean, a tricky question, and I think my colleague here answered quite good. I think something maybe we need to align before a partnership is to understand the key strengths of each player, have a very transparent communication, and that sometimes is not happening. So the moment you map your skills, where you need complementary skills, that's where you can have a potentially good and long-lasting partnership. If you just want to merge and partner 2 big companies with big egos, probably will not work super well. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did. Just dig a little bit deeper there, because those big egos, hopefully they're not in the room. But sometimes when you come in as a consultant, I expect you to notice there's going to be two big egos. We've seen that happen. How do we make a merger or strategic cooperation work nevertheless?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything wrong here, but their clients are harder than others with the stronger opinions and a bit more stubborn. And in this business, you need to be a bit open-minded. You need to be able to receive feedback, to understand you don't have the strongest capabilities in something, and you need to search for collaboration in this regard. So you need to keep an open-minded. You need to engage with consultants, partners, technology, feedstock people early on, and try to align on the goals of your partnerships early on, just to make a smooth road down the road and smoothen out the risk.
Ruben, when you come as Repsol, how do you avoid being the big ego, and how do you keep that open mind so as to not go into the failures or mistakes that we heard here?
Yeah, so for us as a big company, sometimes it's difficult to establish the relationships with other partners. So I will give an example related with technology and with the importance of being transparent and having a good communication with your partner. As I said before, the oil and gas company usually trust in technologies that has been proven and used for many years. So we inherently see the technology risk in these new approaches. But sometimes this risk is a perception because you don't have all the information. And the people that is trying to develop the technology, both it could be a startup or it could be a big established engineering firm, sometimes are reluctant to open the technology details in order to give you the evidences that this is not a risk. So for us, establishing this kind of communication and dialogue, open dialogue with the people that is developing the technology and trying to convince us that this is the best one is not always easy. But I think that we need to this open dialogue, because if the technology is not completely proven and developed, we can work together in order to complete the development. So the relationship is not necessarily me being the one that buy the technology and you being the one that is trying to sell the technology to me. Sometimes we can establish this open communication, identify where the risk is, and work together in order to make this happen.
Dietmar, from your perspective.
I would say I will make it quite short. Partnerships are very much based on trust, and it needs to be a kind of relationship of based on win-win, because win-lose doesn't work. And to be honest, we also made this experience that we are trying to establish partnerships, having established partnerships, and then we realized it's a misbalance between let's say win-win. If one of the partners is trying to become the winner and making the other one to lose, that will not work, because at the end of the day, it's the whole framework which need to fit together. And sometimes it's two partners, sometimes it's three or more partners which need to fit together. Yeah. For example, if you see a value chain in which requires renewable electricity, which requires pulp and paper, which requires diverse mix of industries, that needs strong alignment and trust between.
And I guess trust is takes time to build and is easily destroyed. How do you sort of maintain a high level of trust?
Good. How do you maintain a high level of trust? Since Corona, I would say a lot of meetings have been replaced by Teams, and it became almost, I would say, a daily basis, and you cannot really establish trust just on. You need to. It need to be built. Yeah, physical meetings. And not just for the sake of meet, really work together on what are the objectives we want to achieve and what are the partnerships we want to establish.
Dietmar, I love the way that you brought in a while ago the collectors of used cooking oil, because as an image, it shows that typically maybe collaborations might look like this. We know each other fairly well. We go to the same conferences. We dress similarly. We use the same abbreviations and so forth. But when we are to go beyond the value chain that we've known for a long time, there's going to be actors that we don't regularly meet that come from a different background. And building on that example, how do we create trust, and how do we build successful strategic alliances then?
Good. This is the same. It's not only, let's say, if you let's call it garbage collectors with the industry. It's the same if you have the bigger players in the industry, and then, for example, startups. A startup culture is totally different to a so-called corporate culture. Yeah, in a corporate culture, almost every decision need to be approved by the board. In a startup, it's different. Yeah, they move quick, they move fast, they are hands-on, but these cultures are often doesn't match.
And then what?
What do you mean?
And then what? When they don't match, and
then it clashes. Quite often, yeah. That's
we know that,
so
right?
you invest a lot of time, you invest a lot of money, and at the end of the day, it doesn't work because it's clashing.
I think we can all relate to that, and some of us could like painfully relate to how it might clash. So let's dig deeper into that clash. How do we deal with it? Because there's gonna be, we need the startups. We need the startups to grow. Some of us are the startups, and we need the Repsols to embrace us, and we need to find a way forward. But I think with Repsol, how do you work with these startups, and how do you deal with those clashes?
Yeah. Coming back to the fossil fuel example, as I have explained, the typical way that we have done it is collaboration between very big engineering licensors and the companies that adopt the technology. So this relationship is, let's say, we talk the same idiom. We have very well corporate behavior. So when it comes to the biofuels, many of these technologies are developed by startups with had a lot of advantage, but have a lot of lack of capabilities as well. So for me, all the players are needed to develop the innovation ecosystem. So as my colleague was explaining, a startup has the ability to take the risk because it is in its nature. They are very agile in developing proof of concepts. They have the knowledge of the fundamentals of the technology, how the process works, how the chemistry works, but they can develop the proof of concept up to a laboratory or pilot scale. And they are very good as well to capture corporate capital in order to make these first initial stages of development. Here is when we can establish a collaboration between a fuel producer and a startup. So many fuel producers had its own corporate venturing, departments identify these technology-based companies that are well aligned with its strategic objectives, and they can push them in order to get these early stages of the development. So we can give them the perspective of the feedstock, the perspective of the product, the perspective of the regulation needed, and access to the market and to the industrial environment where this proof of concept can be initially done. But we need as well the big engineering companies and technology licensors, because as I was saying, a startup can make the proof of concept up to a certain scale. Probably at this scale, not all the aspects of the technology are completely validated or proven, and you need to make the scale up. So a technology licensor could came in this state in order to give the engineering capabilities to make it happen, to do the optimum design from a cost perspective, to include this safety and reliability point of view for the process, and what is always important, support with the capabilities to commercialize and license the technology and to talk with the end customer. So if instead of doing it sequentially, imagine if we put all the actors together from the very beginning
in one room
and involve all of them from the early stages. So many mistakes could be avoided in this way.
Jose, your own background is actually early stages biofuels production before you came to Rumble, and now I guess you primarily work with larger players. So you have sort of both sides. How do you reconcile this best?
Yeah, good point. Thanks for the question. Let me just add to what Ruben said. I think it's very important what he mentioned about fostering innovation. If we see all these outlooks by 2050, a big chunk of the technologies are not mature yet. So it's of the utmost important that we foster innovation, because this is what's gonna actually take us to net zero. So what Ruben is doing, it's quite specific and important that we need to strengthen. And also big players like oil and gas investing in this new technology, in this partnership, they also need engineering consultants or support or big cooperation that can give you a green light on this cooperation. If you have a TRL 5, 6 in a lab and you want to bring it up into a commercial scale, you need another point of view. You need a set of eyes that can guarantee that this is going to work outside of a lab and will work in a big scale connected to a pre-treatment, to a downstream methanol synthesis of whatever. And this knowledge the startup doesn't have, and the oil and gas may also not have it. But just to connect the two dots, can you repeat the question, actually?
I remember, and we were talking about it yesterday, that your own background is also from small-scale biofuel production. So
Yes.
when you bring in the perspective of large-scale that you work with at Rumble with the small-scale that you have as your own expertise, how do you reconcile that better?
Yeah, so my background back home is operations of small biogas plants, small portfolios, and now we're working with bigger corporation, huge portfolios, millions of euros. And again, communication is key. Depending on the stakeholder, they're interested in different things, so you need to communicate concise and to the point. And you need to let the people that know the technology, the startups scaling up, foster them so they can focus on what they know better, which is the process, which is the chemistry, and foster them to scale up. And when they reach a lab model, that's where you bring in the big guns, let's say, with big communication and keep everything steady towards the goal.
We are going to open up the floor for question. Just raise a hand and you'll get a mic. Let's take, will remember you. I just want to ask one more question to us before we switch to the floor. That's right. Get ready. And that is that several of us brought up how we can cooperate better strategically in a value chain that's not just raw materials. There's also a value chain in terms of policy, improving policy, stakeholder engagement with local communities, and so forth. And I think nowhere clearer than in the ethanol sector has the need for stakeholder understanding and bringing them on board early been very clear to all of us, including some unfortunate failures. So how do we learn from our respective experiences here on the panel on reaching out to stakeholders as part of a strategic alliance?
I think my colleagues have said most of it already. One angle I'll just like to add is that we have also found out from our experience, it doesn't always work to put all the stakeholders in a room together. Right. No. What we've learned to do also is to assess or find out what their strengths are and their needs are, and sometimes organize personalized meetings where they can feel comfortable, and especially to feel valued, where you can ask them to tell you more about what they do. So they begin to feel valued. They feel they have something to put on the table, and then they're not intimidated by our language, and also they can explain things and get explained. Then later on, we can then get to, shall I say, common meetings. That's important because unconsciously we could lose some people. So like you talk about the garbage collectors and so on, for us it was very, very important to talk to the cassava growers in their own language, show practically the same presentations, but very, very conscious about the language to make sure it is something that can be comprehended by them. So I would say that it's very key when we say communication, it can be one size fits all. Usually it's several sizes fits the whole group. Thank you.
Can you pass the mic to Dietmar? I want to hear Dietmar's view on how we can work strategically in terms of improving policies.
That's a good question. Several voices probably weigh more than only one voice, and I think that's already happening in different parts of the industry. There's a lot of different alliances. At the end of the day, I also see a kind of, I would say, market which is driving alignment of policies, because and different states or governments, because depending on the let's say political let's say direction of the different countries, for example in the European Union, it has an impact on how to implement the policy. So for me, the question at the end of the day is how can these alliances really move things forward? They can definitely have an impact, but at the end of the day, it all depends on the geopolitical, let's say, stream somehow. Yeah, there's an up, there's a down, and this is a bit similar. I would say I was long time in the I would say on the dark side of the moon in the oil and gas industry. And it was not always dark, by the way. And you have the same. It's not policies, somehow a bit here and there, but it's a bit the geopolitical impacts. Yeah? If there is a war somewhere, or then it has immediately an impact on the oil price. And events like COVID, you cannot forecast that. Yeah, the oil price has collapsed. Yeah, we had negative oil prices for a few days. At least in US. So
a good example on how we need to build very solid cooperations. Some of us were not here yesterday. We've got newcomers. So when we get the mic, just your name, your organization, and the question. Go.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Dirk from the German Biogas Association. I have the Department for Renewable Gases. And I have maybe more two remarks regarding collaboration. So, of course, first, form an association, because this is, of course, an opportunity to bring your voices together, as Dietmar already put it. And you also can then strive there for partnerships, or business partnerships, for example, because you have a chance to get to know each other. So this could overcome, for example, then the problems of big heads, for example. And the other thing, I could wrap up this maybe in a question because, you know, in our biomethane world, usually the operators of fuel stations, they seek partners in the logistics branch. We have a good example in Germany, for example, I don't know if you know the supermarket chain Edeka, so something like Lidl or so. They partner with Iveco for gas-driven trucks and with Altan Oil for bio-LNG, 100% bio-LNG. They equip, for example, the big hubs, the logistic hubs of Edeka, and install a bio-LNG facility, so fuel station. They are not public, other do it mixed, for example, or they seek other logistics in the surroundings. So I'm wondering if you guys, so from the biofuels, from the liquid fuels, also form such consortia or such collaborations, because you know in biomethane it's usual, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from the floor right now? Yes.
Hi, just a quick comment, more like to talk about the collaboration aspect. At the end of the day, we're all human. And when, you know, imagine if you're in high school, you know, you've got one gang of kids meeting another gang of kids. Unless you actually get to know each other and talk to each other, you don't actually know that you're all trying to go in the same direction. And I think translation is really, really important. I'm not talking across languages, I'm talking across working cultures, between startups and big, large companies that have processes, that have teams all over the world who speak the same language, that have been trained, there's a word that I'm looking for that I've forgotten now, indoctrinated into speaking in a specific way. Chemical engineers, chemists, for example. I'm an accidental chemical engineer. I'm actually an organic chemist. It took me a while to learn to speak like a chemical engineer because I realized that the chemical engineers are all around me. And that's just internal in my company. And one of the things that we found quite useful within KBR is when we are speaking to startups, speaking to smaller organizations that are the owners of the IP, the technology, they don't have the bandwidth, and they shouldn't, because they're focused on one thing, one reaction pathway, one vessel. They're not focused on stuff like scale up, tidying up your IP, looking out for any risks, etc. And this is where, when we do form collaborations that we were talking about earlier on, is we put together a little bit of a mission statement to go, guys, this is where we want to go together, right? And we normally assign 1 or 2 people to have a deeper relationship with that party so that they can come back and act as ambassadors to the rest of the bigger corporate to say, no, that you guys have misunderstood. When you're talking to the board always misunderstands, by the way. They always do. Big grown-ups, right? They take headlines and they run with them, but they don't think about the context because they themselves don't have the bandwidth. And I think it's really important to act like humans sometimes. Remember that we're human and have ambassadors between the startups and the big corporations to translate and clarify. Because if we were out to get each other, then we shouldn't be in the same room anyway. But we're not, are we? We're all out to collaborate and move in this journey together and get over the hurdles. So it was just more of a comment from my side to say that, you know, you need to sort of bring in that translation aspect between organizations. I think that's really key. So sorry, it wasn't a question.
These 2 comments I found those 2 comments brilliant, and I would love for us to build on them in our final remarks. How do we move forward, including maybe creating something like ambassadors and understanding that at the end of the day, it's not about strategic consortia, but about people, but also how do we build these consortia and alliances with different parts of the value chain, very different, even in your case. So those will be the beginning of the final remarks. Well, you got the mic, Dietmar.
Good. I think it's a valid point what you said regarding the collaboration, or it will work when, I would say, different capabilities will fit. And to make that happen and to establish that, it means you need to go out. You need to seek for it. Yeah. You will not find potential collaborations when you're just walking within your boundaries. You need to get out of the box.
I completely agree with the comments, and to establish this successful partnership, I think that the first thing you need when you try to establish a communication or a collaboration with the other is try to put yourself in its mindset. So put your hat, try to act like a startup, like a waste collector. Not all the departments in a very big corporation are used to do that, so you have to find what is the right department, the right person to establish this communication, and try to understand what are the needs and what are the behavior of the company where you are trying to establish a collaborate. If you don't have the right people, you need to engage someone in your company. For example, in Repsol, we have incorporate people coming from the waste industry, coming from the startups, in order to help us to establish this kind of relationships.
Thank you, Ruben. Jose?
Thank you. No, just to say that I agree with the lady here from KBR. We're all humans, and at the end we need to have a common mission, which is to foster innovation, close the gap, so we can reach the mandates all around the world. And to do this collaboration, we need to be fair, we need to be honest, and we need to leave some things aside, take a bit of risk, and just move forward with this collaboration and understand what exactly are your strengths, your stakeholders' strength and weakness, and try to close the gap there.
Thank you. Rebecca?
I think you've said it all. All I'll just add is that I think communication, or let's say collaboration, is only as strong as your communication. So that we have to be very careful. I think some of us could be very technical sometimes, and we get carried away thinking that the logic of what we're proposing, it carries the whole day. It doesn't. It doesn't. Actually, you have to carry the people along, because if you don't carry them along, they're not going to collaborate. So I would say communication has to be at the level of collaboration, otherwise it's not going to work.
Thank you so much for so generously sharing your insights, your experiences, and also to several of our friends here. Thank you, Gbenga, Jose, Ruben, and Dietmar. Please give them a very warm hand. Time passes quickly when you're having important. We're now moving on to the first case study of the day, which is gonna be, and I think we know them well, because you really made a change throughout the years at Sky Energy. The opportunities for advanced biofuels in the aviation industry. I finally met you in real life. Eva van Mastbergen, who's the R&D team leader at Sky Energy. The floor is yours in just a second. Sure. And you have a pointer, and you can either have this one or the mic that's up there. If you use that mic, you can just stand as you want. If you use this one, you have to do that.
Okay, then I'll take that one, because I usually forget. And there's a pointer on the other.
There's a pointer, and you can point it.
Is the pointer on that one? It says there? Oh,
I don't know how it works.
fantastic. Yes, is it working? Perfect, great. Well, thank you. Lovely being here today. Hopefully we'll have some more good discussions. I think it was a really nice panel, and looking forward to discussing a little bit more during the coffee break. So it's a relatively small group. I'm not sure, Matthias, how you want to proceed, if you want to wait for questions at the end, or maybe I'm fine either way. So since we're a relatively small group, I think if somebody has a important question on the slides, also feel free to raise your hands and we take it as we go along. So today I'll start with a little bit of introduction to Sky Energy. I think as I heard the introduction, the company might already be known to many of you. Either way, I think it's nice to set the scene a little bit, and then I'll continue with explaining our market outlooks. That's a study we've been doing for the last couple of years. It's just been launched again in June. So there's some interesting insights I think we can find there and have help this discussion on how to get the advanced biofuels market moving forward. So SkyEnergy as a company was founded more than 15 years ago, back in 2019. I think originally when we started, the idea was started from a discussion on what we can expect the aviation industry needing to change in order to become more aware of their emissions, to reduce emissions as they go along. And then we realized it's quite difficult to get reductions, emission reductions within aviation, electric propulsion, hydrogen propulsion, all things that are on the way but moving slowly and still only there to make a major impact on the small to medium flights. However, the larger flights, the larger medium to long haul flights, they really have the largest amount of the emissions in the aviation industry. And the only thing that we see as a relevant alternative is sustainable aviation fuels going into the market in the coming decades. So that's why we founded the company in 2009, to see if we can develop that market for sustainable aviation fuels, get the discussion going. And that basically started with a lot of the first, getting our hands on the first fuel volumes, doing testing, showing it can be sustainable, because eventually that's key, reducing emissions. For that, we need to be absolutely sure that what we're doing is a sustainable alternative and really reduces emissions. But also having the first demonstration flights, getting the fuel certified, making sure the quality is good enough, identifying the risks along that chain. And so we did the first commercial flights, with the first to obtain RSB certification on our operations. We set up a first corporate biofuels program together with KLM, and later on also from our own perspective, just to sell that more sustainable but also generally more expensive fuel into the market. And at that time it was still a voluntary market. We set up a long-term supply chain with LAX, and then from 2019, that's really when we started to see this market change, started to drive discussions about how to incentivize selling this product, the need for policy in order to drive that change. And then in 2019, we said this is time for us to move away from being a trader and a supplier of sustainable aviation fuels, but really owning our own production capacity. So since then, we've been developing plans. Nothing yet operational, but we're getting close. So we launched a strategic partnership with Boeing back in 2020, 2021, and then we get a major investment from Macquarie Asset Management back in 2023, and earlier this year also from the Dutch APG pension funds for another 250 million and another 50 million additional from Macquarie. So we're moving rapidly into the direction of that realizing production capacity. But eventually, we talked about already, reduction is key. So our core focus is really on sustainability. What we want to do is make the best impact that we can. So we try to ambition to be the most sustainable aviation fuel player in the world. And we always try to formulate our activities in the context of do no harm, do more good. So we take it a little bit further than just looking at the greenhouse gas reductions, but also fostering collaboration, healthy collaboration, fair wages, inclusivity, equity. So we've been very active in that field. We've set up an independent sustainability board that guides us during our developments and our projects. So they basically look into, scrutinize all the projects that we suggest, and then see what the impact could be on local areas, economics, but also sort of trades. Say if we would get our hands on a specific type of feedstock, what would the impact be in the market for that feedstock, and what might other players do? And if it means that other players might take a less sustainable approach, then we'll take our hands off that feedstock. So that's a bit on how we visualize the company. We're trying to change the mindset a little bit, really impact-driven more than economically driven. I think that's for a lot of the people that work here, it's really about sustainability and the impact we can make in the sector. And so what do we do as a company? Like I said, we started off being a trader, getting our hands on the fuel samples, selling that into the market. So we have a very large clientele base in terms of selling the fuel, corporate travelers for the corporate programs, but we've supplied over 40 airlines on all continents. And that's also the sort of supply side. So we've been doing that for quite a while, and then we're now actively working in that capacity development section over there while we're moving to becoming a producer. So the production is ongoing, but not yet there. I work in the R&D teams already mentioned. So what we do there is that we realize if you want to build plants, you need to have technologies. And that's where the tricky part is. If you want to be the most sustainable, want to make use of most sustainable feedstock, being efficient with them, we all know, I think it's already been touched upon yesterday as well. It's technology, there's technology risk involved. There are a lot of risks, it's very challenging. And if we see then how mature are these technologies currently, it's very limited what kind of options there are and really de-risk technologies. So in the R&D space, what we do is we try to map out all the different kinds of technologies that you could use for all kinds of sustainable feedstock to get to SAF, and what the challenges are to get those onto the market. So is it really just technology development? Is there issues with, for instance, the fuel quality? Do they need fine-tunes in order to get a higher value fuel product that could be used in the aviation industry? Because the regulations for aviation fuel are a little bit more stringent than you typically see for diesel production, for instance. And then that brings to a major issue, or at least a bottleneck that's seen in the industry as well. That's the ACM qualification of novel types of jet fuel production pathways. So we assist with that. We've done that in the past. So within the R&D team, we help these technology developers bringing their technology in the market and see if there could be a fit either within our own production capacity or just in industry, see how disruptive that could be and advise them in sort of the market directions. So this is the slide showing the projects that we're currently developing. So our flagship plant is a HEFA plant in the Netherlands. It's called, referred to it as DSL. There'll be 100 KTA SAF outputs located in Delfzijl in Groningen. So we're quite close to taking FID in the coming period, before the end of the year. And then we are developing two other projects. One is a renewable natural gas project in the Pacific Northwest in the US, and the other one is an eSAF plant together with Skellefteå Kraft in northern Sweden. So those are the projects that are most advanced. The US project and Sweden project are expected to start at the FEED phase earlier next year. And then we've been doing a lot of different R&D, but also capacity development projects all over the world in the last couple of years, identifying good geographic locations for SAF production, identifying what kind of technologies would make sense for the feedstock that are available there, identifying the partners we will need to collaborate with to get this off the ground. Because we're still a relatively small company, we're scale up, so we're now at about 120 people. I think these are the old slides. This is one slide on the project in Delfzijl. Now I'm getting a bit nervous because I think this is then the wrong presentation if we have all the slides in there on our market outlook. But let's see how far we get. So I shared a new version for the presentation yesterday. I might need to improvise a little bit so the slides that are missing. So this is we've been doing this market outlook every year. So this is the one we did together with ICF this year. They have a very strong background on the demand for jet fuel. So this is the graph where we picture what the demand is for the fuel and how we see that developing over time. So we do expect there's a growth in the aviation industry, but we also expect that there can be a reduction in the demand for aviation fuels because the engines become more efficient, because hydrogen and electric propulsion is taking off for the shorter distance flights. And so ICF forecasted in the blue line the jet fuel demand, and we'll use that in our market outlook. So then the next step is to identify what is then the demand for sustainable aviation fuels, if we know what fuel pool looks like. And then there's different ways to go about that. There's current existing policies, so that's the bottom line, and the impact of the demand that will raise for sustainable aviation fuels. However, we see that globally around the world, there's a lot of discussions about putting in place policy to get that demand for the fuel up. So that's the light blue line, as we see it as the current trend scenario. So that includes not only the existing policy today, but also the expectations for policy globally that's currently being discussed and potentially within a couple of years also based on legislation. And then there's the top line that's sort of accelerated actions if you want to go further, because you can see with the current trend scenario, we reached the 45% sustainable aviation fuel by 2050. That's definitely still off from the net zero targets that have been communicated by the industry. So what we did in the market outlook, we based our assumptions on that current trend scenario. And so if we map that, then what we get is the picture of the demand for jet fuels, for SAF, sorry. So the Darker gray is the United Kingdom and the EU. So that's mandated fuel demand. So that's really mandates in place for sustainable aviation fuel, while Northern America are more incentives. And then there's the policy in a way coming up for the Asia and the rest of the world, were also more based on the incentive approach. So if we map that out, we see there's quite a significant demand coming up for sustainable aviation fuels, going up to about 195 million tons by 2050. Okay, I'm missing a few interactions here. So the next stop is taking a look into the capacity that's going to be developed. So with capacity, we mean volumes of SAF that can be produced in the market. It's not necessarily directly supply. It just implies that there could be the supply of that fuel, but there could be economic reasons why not to supply the fuel, even though you have the production capacity, say like that. So what we did is we tried to understand what could be the volumes of SAF that can be produced in the market. And in the last 15 years, we've always kept track of a SAF database where we listed all the projects, all the announcements of collaborations in the SAF sector. And that list is now about 390 projects were on there on the cutoff days of the end of April. So then that's when we said, okay, for this year's market outlook cutoff, end of April, we start developing it now. If you're in it, you're in it. If you're not in it, then you're probably in it next year. So from these projects, we removed the ones that we thought were either not advancing because there's not been any communication on the project for a couple of years already, or the ones that are in very early development phases, so feasibility studies that are just starting, or the ones that we thought are extremely ambitious or just too high risk that we didn't see materializing and might have been announced for different reasons than actual intent of producing fuels. And then based on the plans that we have in that list, we then added in what we think that they can produce in terms of sustainable aviation fuels. That could be communicated volumes, target volumes, but it could also be, if it didn't communicate it, based on our market intelligence, looking at the technology providers they're collaborating with, what's an expected yield on sustainable aviation fuels from that type of plant or refinery. So that's how we came up with this graph. So basically what we show here is the ability to produce sustainable aviation fuels up to 2030, and the demand for it in the background in the light gray. So what you see is that there's an overcapacity, not necessarily supply, going up to 2030. So there's much more possibilities to produce sustainable aviation fuel than there currently is demand from the market. We can all imagine what it does with the prices for the product. You can already see it in the 2024 line when there is about 4 million tons of capacity for SAF, but about 1 million tons was sold into the market. Some other items that we see here is that the majority of it is based on HAFA pathway. So more than 80%, I think, of the SAF capacity coming online in the coming years for sure will be based on HAFA. We also see that there's no plans announced after 2030. So almost everything that's announced now is hitting that 2030 mark to be operational. We've also seen a reduction in eSAF plants compared to our last year market outlook. So if you look at the volumes that are being produced from other pathways, and last year eSAF had a larger chunk than it did this year. And what's, I think, the main message is that although there is overcapacity till 2030, if you look at 2035, the demand is suddenly rising rapidly, and it has to do with all the policy incentives that are being discussed or in place in the markets. And if we're not ramping up capacity, and it's very hard to ramp it up just in saying, okay, it's all going to be online in 2035, what we see here is that's going to be a huge demand gap. We then, yeah?
This is a bit of a chicken and egg situation, I would say, between today and 2030. We have kind of oversupply, and from 2035 onwards, we will have demand gap.
Yeah.
Or supply gap.
Yeah, so what we then also modeled, okay, how fast or what can we do now to fill that demand gap? Can we expect that there will be an incentive for renewable diesel producers, for instance, to make some changes to the refineries and distill off a part of the jet fuel, sell that to the market? So what can we expect as sort of quick fixes to fill that demand gap that's suddenly rising there in 35? That's the gray bar that's added on the top of the blue chart. So that's the light gray, sort of the switching of renewable diesel capacity, but also additional co-processing efforts from traditional refineries. But we see that the majority of that gap will need to be filled by building new plants and generating more capacity. Okay, unfortunately I'm missing a few slides. It's very unfortunate. Maybe there's something still coming up later on. But in general, this is what it looks like in the global picture. So if we would have drawn out the timeline from the previous slides, so this picture, and then showing what kind of where this capacity is globally, in what regions, then we see it's quite evenly distributed, which also tells a little bit on this graph. There's capacity developments in the Northern America, in Europe, and Asia, the rest of the world. But what we can tell from our database is that although it's growing, actually the market in Northern America and Europe is slowing down a little bit. Northern America, it's mainly influenced by the Trump administration. In Europe, it's more difficult, we see, to get projects to the finish line. While simultaneously in Asia, they are ramping up rapidly. So I think about the growth in the projects. About 40% of the projects that are in this database in the Asia sector is already operational or under development. So they are ramping up really quickly. So who knows what this picture looks like next year?
Does this include the recent cancellations of a number of subcontractors?
No, so the cutoff date was April. So for instance, the cancellation of Shell, it's not in here yet. Next year. Yeah, so that's it's a worrying trend. So I'm hoping that maybe we still have the slides that depict that better as well. And then the rest of the world's also ramping up rapidly, with the major players being new SAF plants in the Middle East or in Brazil. Yep.
Would you think that the decision by the European Union to have this period of 5 years, hello, Erik Meubels, do you think that the European Commission's regulation that has these steps of 5 years each actually makes it more difficult to grow more organically in capacity? Because now indeed when 2030 there's a 6%, then it goes to the 2035 20%. That's quite a big step, and everybody will wait until and try to find a way to be just in time in 2035.
Yeah, I think this the sort of demand shown here, that's globally. It's not just EU, but indeed it's the stepwise approach. It's creating some barriers. Although, for instance, when we had the plant in the Netherlands that was being put on hold last year or so, that's when we saw, okay, if you see this picture, did it make sense to sort of take a little bit more time? Why would you be operational 28 instead of 2030? But unfortunately, we see it's still not materializing in 2030 plus. So it's hard to drive this sector. I think one of the key messages also, it's all based on HEFA, so we're still focusing very much on the same type of technology because it's the easiest, most de-risked, most mature. But we want to grow and expand, and that will mean that we need to start developing those bioadvanced and ESAF plants today to be able to fill that gap in 2035. And that's going to be challenging. And then, yeah, whether it's step approach or not, just need to get them online as soon as we can, because the demand is going to rise. I think that will come up later as well. So this is a nice one. So this is a picture where we visualize sort of the differences, what we've seen in the market outlook over the last coming years. This is specifically for Europe and UK, because the first one that we did was, I think, mainly just focused on UK and EU markets. And we expanded sort of the scope of the market outlook as we went along. And what we see here is that sort of every year the plans has been delayed and delayed. So what was planned to be operational in 2024, in our first market outlook back in 2022, did not materialize. And so we see in 2024, every time the volume is going down. However, this year was something new, and we saw there was a larger number of cancellations than there was additions of new capacity. So we see that the red bar from this year's market outlook is actually below the yellow bar from last year. So that's worrying in terms of the investment climate in Europe to drive these SAF plants. And we've also seen that more than half of the ESAF plants that were announced and included in the scope last year were already cancelled or removed in this year's market outlook. So for the ESAF space, we see there's a large reduction in the number of plants that are moving forward. This one we already tackled with this is the difference between how the European and the US markets are slowing down while the Asia sector is really ramping up. So we already tackled that with the other world overview. So let's move on. I think we're getting into the interesting part. So eventually you say, okay, how are we then going to fulfill this SAF demands from the industry? And that really depends on what the demand is. And this is a graph, and it's now missing, I think, a little bit of the context. So eventually this currently market is driven by regulations, policy. And it depends on what in that policy is considered sustainable aviation fuel or not. So there's different ways of looking at that. There is the European mandate, which distinguishes between, sort of, we call it here the waste biofuels and e-fuels. But if you look at the UK mandate, it's a little bit different because they have a cap on what they can produce from the waste base from HEFA, and therefore automatically sort of creates a mandated market for the advanced biofuels as well. So in this graph, we have the bottom line, we have the ESAF demand, we have the bioadvanced, and then the waste SAF, and then we see that sort of the majority of the SAF demands in the future will be based on feedstock agnostic type of SAF. So that creates some markets where to fulfill your mandates, you're going to go for the most cost-effective option. And then the question is, what is that? Well, this is just a schematic of what that roughly looks like. If we break it down in 3 feedstock pools, the HEFA based on waste oils and fats, advanced bio or ESAF, then the prices are different. So HEFA is the most mature, it's also the cheapest, it's chemically the most straightforward. So if you go up in terms of sustainability, you also go up in terms of complexity and price. So the bio-advanced routes are typically more expensive, and the ESAF routes are generally really a lot more expensive at the moment. So that's just a visualization of what it looked like. Of course, there's things that influence this: geographic locations, time components. Your ESAF price can vary, fluctuate heavily over time, but also on where you're producing it. And we do expect sort of the HEFA prices to also come up if there's more competition on the feedstock side. So, but if we take this into account, and then we can put this sort of layer or filter on the price and the feedstock of that feedstock over the previous graph. And then that's missing. Let's switch to this one. Yeah, so then what you get is that you fulfill the ESAF mandate with the ESAF, but you don't produce any extra because it's too expensive, you can't sell it in the market. Same for the bio-advanced. And then we're going to look into what can we produce with HEFA. So this is an important graph that we, and that maybe pushing back on this slide. If we look into what we can produce with HEFA, we need to get our hands onto feedstock. So what we did is we dove into that feedstock market for the HEFA space. We looked into the different types of feedstock that can be allowed to fulfill these policies, these mandates, categorized into different buckets, and then looked at the market perspective for these buckets. And for instance, you see that oil cover crops is something that's not very widely used for HEFA SAF production today, but we do see that there's a growth coming into the market because of this demand. So there is an expected growth in the cover crop oil markets, and we do also think that's mainly driven by these mandates in this market, and so aviation can take a relatively large share of that market. However, on the other side, the vegetable oil market, there's always food versus fuel competition and discussions, so we think that the claim that aviation can make on this feedstock pool is very limited. So if we take this into account and scan how this HEFA market can grow, then in this picture you'll have the blue level where it shows how much HEFA can be produced according to our assumptions and calculations. And then we do find a HEFA tipping point, as we call it, already at 2030. So at that point in time, we see that demand for SAF is larger than what we think is the maximum capacity that can be realized based on this production pathway. So if that's the cap that can be produced from HEFA, then how are we going to fill that huge demand gap going up to the 2050 region? What is this slow? And for that, we're going to need the bio-advanced and the ESAF routes. So I think I'm running out of time, but I'll quickly get to the finish line. So if we then consider, okay, what does that market look like? What do we need to do? We also had to look at the feedstock availability for the alternative routes. And we say if we keep moving the way we're moving now, we're going to have a stagnation in the market. They're not going to be sufficient SAF available, but we're also not reaching its full potential and really reducing those emissions. So if we really want to have an impact in the markets, reduce the emissions of aviation, we need to really start scaling these alternative routes. We see that there's a sort of expected growth, or hopefully we can manage to get that moving, utilizing much more of the bio-advanced feedstocks, developing these technologies, getting those projects and those plants online, operational, and start scaling the ESAF routes. And then we also mapped out, if you want to go for its full potential, really try to reach those net zero ambitions, then we say there is sufficient feedstock available to drive that change, but we have to act now in order to get those volumes up in the market in the time frame that we're currently envisioning altogether. So that brings us to the key takeaways. Eventually, we see there's a large demand and a shortage of supply coming up, or first production capacity, but also expected a shortage of supply after 2035. And we need to start developing and using everything we can to get that market driving forward. So it's really about, it was already mentioned in the panel this morning, it's really about collective action, collaborating, open discussions, sharing information. This market is huge enough for all of us. We just need to collaborate to open it up and get that first projects, that first plants online, the first success stories, and move forward from there, because we still have quite a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. So sobering, detailed, and great introduction. And I think you can come back with additional remarks when we hear the next speaker, Suwani Takrar, at KBR, who's gonna develop for us how we, as a case study, how we get the SAF and eSAF market to grow. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello, good morning everyone. Let me fix this mic. Brilliant, so thank you for the introduction, Matthias. Yes, so I'm Suwani Thakra from KBR. I'm a senior technical advisor there, and you can call me Sue for short, and I'd be willing to plagiarize your approach before and say, please interrupt me if you have any questions. We're quite a small group. We don't need to wait till the end of the presentation itself, so interactive would be quite nice. So if I go next. There we go. So just a quick introduction to KBR. We're quite a large global consultancy on engineering itself. So we deliver science, technology, and engineering solutions to governments and companies across the world. We're made up of around 35,000 employees, or 37 now, it seems, and we've got a truly global presence. We've got technology centers in India, in London, that's where I'm based, and in Houston with global sales teams and execution teams based on a global scale. We're headquartered in Houston. And we're broken up into two key portions, and if any of you have actually seen the news on KBR or follow us, you'll actually see something a little bit different to what I'm presenting here. At the moment, we're made up of mission technology solutions and sustainable technology solutions. I sit within the STS, Sustainable Technology Solutions side. Mission technology solutions is mainly focused on delivering services to governments, all the way through from space travel, exploration, and defense, cybersecurity, etc. I have nothing to do with that because I'm terrible with anything to do with cybersecurity. My main area is within the sustainable technology solutions itself. If you've seen the news recently, we've actually announced that we intend to separate those two parts of the company. So they're going to be two completely different sort of pure play public companies going forward. But I think that's not formally happened yet, but the intention has been announced because we're on the stock market itself. So Sustainable Technology Solutions is made up of technology solutions, which is where I sit, integrated solutions, focusing on execution and delivery, putting steel in the ground, not just on our technologies, but anybody else's technologies as well. So we've got a bit of a Chinese wall between the two, so we don't have any IP leakage between the two areas, and then infrastructure solutions as well. So our technology portfolio is very broad, and here you will see, believe me or not, a handful of what we actually offer. We offer over 80 different technologies, and if you can read that fine print, I actually can't on that tiny little screen, you'll see that a lot of them are actually based on the fossil, the conventional side itself, and this is where our foundation comes from, our engineering expertise comes from. At the end of the day, carbon is carbon, whether it's blue, green, whatever. Same with hydrogen. Hydrogen's hydrogen. We label it as pink, yellow, turquoise. I don't remember what yellow was actually. Blue, green, etc., the ones we're familiar with. But you know, a lot of the core science, technology, the engineering around it still remains the same itself. And I sit within the refining and clean fuels pillar itself. And underneath all of these pillars, we have these joint support areas under equipment and modular solutions, focusing on stick build or modularization, again, a global team, catalyst teams who maintain relationships with individual global catalyst itself, to make sure that we're not, single sourced. We have long-term commitments. We have relationships. We do a lot of catalyst testing and challenging with all of our catalyst partners. Smart maintenance solutions and our technical services and digital, who really focus on supporting commissioned plants to sort of lengthen and protect their plant lifetime and performance guarantees, etc. So within refining and clean fuels, there I've circled the only bit that I actually care about, but don't tell my colleagues, the renewable fuels bit itself. All the other portions, of course, are still within our refining and clean fuels tech itself, but we do everything from looking at, upgrading a hydrotreater, looking at pivoting a refinery to deal with more renewables, for example, all the way through to plastics recycling, to olefins, to cracking, etc. And sort of moving closer to home and the more exciting part itself, what I'm here to talk to you about is our pure SAF technology itself. And to what I alluded to earlier on when I made a comment, our pure SAF technology is licensed by KBR and commercialized by KBR. However, the IP is owned by a company called Swedish Biofuels. These guys are the inventors, the guys in the lab coats who've tested and created these pathways, got them tested via ASTM over the last 20 years or so. They have a little pilot plant in Stockholm, which any of you guys are welcome to visit. Sadly, I still haven't, believe it or not, because they've been too busy sending me around to do other stuff as opposed to see my own pilot plant itself. So if any of you want to come and I can use you as an excuse, that'd be great. So yeah, Swedish Biofuels are the guys who, like I said, the guys in the lab coat, the owners and developers of the ASTM certified process for it. And KBR's come in as the exclusive global licensor and scale-up itself. The IP, the process still belongs to Swedish Biofuels. They've handed us the rights to scale it up. And this is where we bring our, century-long experience when it comes to scaling up, de-risking and moving from a pilot plant that's just 30 tons a year in this case, all the way through to 300 tons per year, looking at de-risking, optimizing equipment count, identifying the correct metallurgy so that you can do your process guarantees and performance guarantees from 15, 20, 25 years. All of that's really critical. Those little fine details that chemical engineers love, really, that's the strength in where we come in. And most importantly, what we do is we're taking this technology and moving it through to a bankable solution itself, looking at what actually needs to be de-risked depending on the part of the globe that you want to operate from, where you want to buy your feedstocks from, etc. And we bring in our execution and delivery teams very early on to understand how to really shape things. Oh, this is where marketing have gotten really clicky happy on here. Is there anybody from marketing here? No, right, great, okay, so I can complain about them. Being a large company, we have to get, I think somebody made a point earlier on, you have to get everything approved all the way up the chain and back down the chain, and the bureaucracy kills me, I tell you, absolutely kills me. But this is actually the more fun bit that I get involved in terms of enabling the SAF value chain itself. We know, and as we've said, the theme of this conference is collaboration. You can't sit in a silo with your lemonade stand waiting for the lemons to arrive and waiting for the customers to arrive. You need to identify where you're going to get your cheapest lemons from. Are they 1G or 2G? Are they where your clients are going to come from? Do you need to ship your lemonade? Are they going to come to you? And all of that. And this is the really basic approach that I use, believe it or not, with management. As well, we work all the way along the food chain, the SAF value chain, to really understand the challenges when it comes to getting the feedstock, the power. Green hydrogen is such a huge enabler for SAF itself. If that doesn't fly, then SAF can't fly in so many different areas in terms of hitting those carbon intensities. So we build those relationships with these guys. We talk to other technology providers as well, because there's technology before our technology that creates that bioethanol, looking for opportunities to find synergies and optimize, for example, heat and material integration, so that you can take any heat losses and make up for it elsewhere. And again, this is where our engineering acumen comes in. We speak to SAF producers, investors, and consortia. We do a lot of sort of talking to UK Export Finance, for example, introducing them to our different clients on a global scale. And of course, certification and auditing. I've met a lot of, fortunate to meet a lot of folk at this conference here to really help us, help you, to help us to understand the legislation. What are the challenges on auditing? Where do we need to go? Because our clients don't actually know a lot of these things. They come to us with a proposition, and that's when we have to do the diagnosing to figure out what is the chance of success here. Can we actually take this through to the end as a consultant? Where do we prioritize? Who do we bring into the game really, really earlier on? So, and of course, relationships with airlines is a crucial thing to really understand, because at the end of the day, this sustainable aviation fuel is actually going to end up in the airline, and they actually have no obligation to buy it. They want to buy it to offset their carbon emissions themselves, but if they found a better way to do it, at the end of the day, it's a business case, isn't it? How are they going to do it? Why are they going to do it? So building that relationship, that long term, is really important. I was really alarmed actually. A couple of weeks ago, I was at a conference, and there was one airline going, "We only sign our fuel deals for the next year," and I was like, "What? How do you do this? How am I supposed to go up to a business case and go, yeah, we can only guarantee you for the next 1 year. So if you're talking about offtake for 2030, 2035, forget about it." And it's about showing and telling folks up and down the value chain what the challenges are to get to FID, so everybody can chip in and go, actually, maybe we'll talk about an offtake deal that goes a little bit longer. Of course, how does that pan out for them? What are their disadvantages? Shaping that negotiation in a way that can push the part of the sort of the biofuels aspect as a whole is really critical, and this is where communication and translation is so important. So, I mean, like we've seen, especially with our previous presentation, we've seen the global opportunity is rife with SAF itself. But if I was to bring KBR's sort of viewpoint into here, if you move from left to right, I tried to have a really nice square moving from left to right as I clicked, but marketing said no to me. So I'm really annoyed. Now I've got to do my own little pointing. But, we see in the US, there's been a significant slowdown in the SAF chatter as itself, with a new administration, not new, second administration coming in. And, we personally, internally, what we've been saying is, US for the last few years, where we saw, it doesn't matter where your ethanol comes from, as long as it meets a certain carbon intensity, that can go into SAF. And that's where we thought, yeah, that's the place to go. And now you're starting to see a slowdown in the US as well, because of 45Z sort of being changed and adapted under the new administration. So there's a lot of focus now shifting down to, regions of the world like Brazil, for example, where the feedstock opportunity is really, really high. I think the presentation we saw yesterday showed that there's a lot more land that can be made available at a very low impact as well. So that is a real opportunity we're seeing. If you're moving sort of closer and moving east, Europe is a real challenge that we're seeing, when it comes to permitting, when it comes to cost of labor, especially when you're talking about EPC execution itself. A lot of the players who want to install SAF plants are global. I think in one of the previous presentations yesterday, we saw that, Asia is a real hotspot. Labor costs are much lower. Feedstock is very much more available. There's a higher variety as well. However, the infrastructure doesn't exist. So from an execution basis, if you're talking to investors or banks, and you take a case, for example, that's, let's say, this area, Amsterdam, Rotterdam area, versus building a brand new greenfield plant in Asia somewhere, they've both got pros and cons. In Asia, the roads don't exist to be able to transport and bring the feedstock to the place to actually produce the fuels itself, whereas where we are right now, the infrastructure is already established. However, when you bring in elements such as costing of labor, for example, the utility costs, then you can start to see the differences where the business case starts to sort of tilt and pivot in your favor. So a lot of the players we see actually take that business case. It's not as simple as going where the feedstock is or where the demand is. There's a lot of local aspects to be taken into account. For example, if you move over to Australia, labor costs in Australia are about 7 times higher than when you're looking at the rest of the world, like US Gulf Coast, for example. So our execution strategy in Australia is mainly, modularization. Build the units somewhere in Asia and then ship them across, and all you need to do is just fabricate and plug them together like Lego. Whereas in other parts of the world, you'd probably want to do a stick build because there's the costs of labor are just as low, and you've got the infrastructure to bring the large pieces of equipment itself. So honestly, when it comes, one thing I've learned, even though I'm from the technology side, de-risking a project is very much down and closer to the delivery and execution side itself. And all of these sort of challenges need to be accounted for when you're looking at, meeting that projected demand of SAF that we're talking about in the figure here. So coming close to home for me, for Pure SAF, our technology itself can take pretty much anything that comes from sort of feedstocks apart from your oily feedstocks themselves. So moving from the left, we can take sort of syngases and CO2 from the gasification process. We can take ethanol that's created via fermentation all through the gasification process. So I've put food crops in there because some parts of the world are allowing that itself. Like I said, the technology doesn't care what color the ethanol or the carbon is itself. So it can take alcohols except from ethanol, all the way through from C2 to C5, your propanols, your butanols, etc. And then the nice thing is we can also take CO2 and syngases from your sort of fossil industry itself as well. And this is a key area of focus for us in the Middle East. And of course, bringing in green hydrogen that allows you to produce not just SAF, but eSAF within the same platform. And I'll talk you guys through that over the next couple of slides. So our Pure SAF pathway has the ability to actually tackle two of the annexes on 7566. It's Annex 5 on the top and Annex 8 at the bottom over there. And Annex 5 allows you to produce a synthetic blending component. And that obviously needs to be blended with fossil kerosene up to 50%. And all of you guys will be familiar with this. You take your ethanol, your isobutanol, you dehydrate it, you lose that water molecule, which I'm very unhappy about because when you look at the yield, it's just, half of that's gone. But nothing we can do about it because there's no carbon there. Then you oligomerize it to increase the chain length, you fractionate and hydrogenate, hydrogenate and fractionate, and off you go, really. Our pathway actually has a few unique nuances there. You've got the aromatization module that we've put in at the bottom that allows you to take unreacted oligomers from the oligomerization process and convert them to aromatics to produce what we call a fungible fuel, a drop-in jet fuel itself. Now, at the moment, this is approved for up to 50%. And ASTM's next release of 7566 is going to approve this for 100%, we've been told, itself. And that is a key de-risker, especially on the downstream side when you're looking at OSBL CapEx. So in your conventional synthetic blending component, your jet fuel, your SBC would come out of your plant, needs to go into a tank, needs to be certified, wait for the lab to do all its work, and then once you've got the tick to go ahead, you've got to then pop it in another tank with your jet kerosene, whatever percentage you want, and then get that recertified by 1655. In this configuration here, you only need that one tank. One tank, one certification, then ready to go to the tip of the airplane wing. And recently I did a study in my previous role, actually, before I joined KBR, and management were gawping at how much it costs to build a single tank. You're talking at between 8 and 15 million, depending on the size of the tank. And I think I'm talking about a small tank here, because that capacity wasn't very large. And, depending on how often your vessels are coming, how much tankage you need to keep, all of that, even your cash cycles have a dictate how big your tank needs to be. So when it comes to OSBL, we've seen a lot of clients very happy with this fungible fuel approach itself. The other good thing about this pathway, which I'll talk about in the next couple of slides, it's the ability to bring in the CO2, the syngases in to create higher alcohols. And that in itself has a huge benefit, but we'll talk about that in a second. But focusing on just the ethanol pathway itself, I think I've pretty much covered this one, to be honest with you. So I'll go through to the next one. when you talk about what we call the bolt-on option, where you've got that higher alcohol synthesis, this is really nice, where you can just bring those in, create those higher alcohols, and then bring them back into the conventional alcohol to jet. And because these higher alcohols have a longer chain length, they need less work on the oligomerization side. So instead of a two-step oligomerization, we just focus on a one-step over here, and then those unreacted oligomers would then go through the aromatization module, all in all creating a SAF that is completely fungible. But because you've brought in CO2 syngases them from at the top over there, and then green hydrogen, this is your opportunity to create eSAF and SAF within the same platform itself. And our client in Latvia, NorSAF, this is all out in open source. This is a configuration that they're looking at, a 100,000 ton tank, 100,000 ton SAF capacity, with round about 38% of that is eSAF, with the rest of it being SAF, using green hydrogen itself. And this way, what they've managed to do is dilute their feedstock cost, because the CO2 is coming at nearly free. You just have to pay for the delivery, the liquefaction side itself. And then you're not as dependent on the ethanol 100% on the feedstock cost itself. And of course, when you're talking about Europe, you're talking about 2G. This is where Europe, 2G ethanol, how much is there around the place? And this is where we've managed to really de-risk a huge aspect of this project. So diving a little bit deeper to the composition side of the SAF itself, the SAF that comes out of our pure SAF process itself is remarkably close to jet fuel, and we've actually proven it using a lot of analysis and physical and analytical techniques as well. And this is due to the fact that we've got the aromatics, of course, being introduced in, but it's also due to the carbon distribution and carbon nature distribution across the profiles itself. The production of pure SAF produces a higher range of isoparaffins as well, which all helps with the freeze point and the seal compatibility of the aircraft itself. So this was actually generated by Swedish Biofuels. I think, about 10 years ago, they actually produced enough of this fungible fuel to run a JOS Gripen aircraft itself, these military aircraft. So there's been a lot of funding provided for Swedish Biofuels from the US military side and the Swedish Defense Agency to actually generate this data and also to do the tests. Remarkably, back then, it wasn't to do with renewables. It wasn't to do with carbon footprint. It was to do with energy security itself. It was to do with not having to depend on fossil crude from another country, countries we don't want to name right now, to actually have a backup itself. So on our government agency side, we're doing a lot of projects looking at a completely fungible biofuel itself that has absolutely no implication or push from fossil itself. So on the scale-up side, this is, again, like I said, quite critical. I need to pull up my notes here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So the ability to reliably scale up and minimizing operational risk is the key thing over here. And what we've managed to do between going from laboratory design to demo scale to commercial production is use all of our in-house know-how and speak to multiple suppliers for the equipment, look at different ways to modularize, look at different ways to manage the utilities and come up with configurations that are tailored to different regions is the way we've de-risked it. For example, in the US, we have a lot of clients who are saying, yeah, I want to use natural gas as much as possible. Just minimize my electricity usage, please, because I don't want to pay for electric as much as I want to do for natural gas. And then at the end of the day, you have this lovely big biofuels plant. You've got biogenic input, biogenic output, but the utilities used to run that. What are they from? Fossil, natural gas, electricity. Where's the electricity coming from? So, but then when you move over to Europe, you move over to sort of the Scandinavian nations who've got much cheaper electricity pricing, and they say, actually, can you do it the other way around? Can I use more electricity and minimize the natural gas? And all of this takes engineering. All of this takes changing around boiler capacities and duty and swapping things around. And this is where we've come up with all these different sort of, the engineering guys call it plug and play, but it makes it look like it's dead easy. It isn't. But you know, it takes months of work to actually figure out the different configurations themselves. And this is how, when we go to make things bankable, we've managed to de-risk these projects when you actually take the client up to the bank itself. So that's really key. And touching on my earlier point on modularization, that is a key element we use for de-risking for certain parts of the world. Some parts of the world, stick build, you know, US Gulf Coast, the roads are built for transporting these big bits of equipment. The roads aren't built in other parts of the world for any of that. So very, very different approaches. And this is where our global proprietary equipment teams really come into play, who can tell us, actually, no, you're in the middle of Indonesia. You can't move that big bit of kit there. Modularize it and then transport it on the back of a truck. And then moving through to sort of the proven integration approach as well, what we do is, you know, I think we'll talk about this later on as well, but really de-risking a project, you have to make sure that you involve your key partners up front itself. So we have a 1 kbr approach, which I'm not allowed to talk about and say 1 kbr, because it makes it look like we didn't think we were 1 kbr, and that's why we want to say it. But at the end of the day, it's a big company. You need to get everybody playing together. And even bringing together our execution and delivery guys earlier on to a project that has a 1-slide overview is really critical, because then you get folks going, actually, how are you going to do that in that part of the world? Aren't those electricity prices super, super high? Do they have enough natural gas utility in that side? Isn't it all coal-fired? Doesn't it have a high CI? All of that adds to the carbon intensity of the final SAF itself. And this comes to my point that I made earlier on about translating and getting the right people in the right room, talking the right language at the right level itself. And yeah, regional alignment, like I say before. So this is sort of the typical execution timeline that we have for PureSAF. If you're talking today, financial and technical maturity are two phrases I really don't like, but are starting to become the bane of my life, shall I say. You'll have somebody coming to you with a feasibility study just to understand what are the high-level what's the high-level concept? What's the design here itself? Which you can do. You can get something like a plus minus 50% cost here, so which is great. If you're talking about a 100 million project, plus or minus 50, great. But if you're talking about a 500 million project, plus or minus 50, you take that to the bank, and the bank's going to go, no. So I'm going to, you know, there is so much risk here. You need to financially and technically mature this case itself. And that's where we go through to sort of a pre-feed, feed itself, where you go and hash out your equipment itself and try and figure out what the costs themselves look like, so that you can get down to a plus minus 30, then a plus minus 10, and that's around plus minus 10 you get to FID. And all of this engineering maturity really does need to come into play. And I've just had my time call over here, so I'm sorry guys, let me just speed up. And then of course looking at commercial operation and of course post-lifetime support as well. Oh, this is the scary bit. I'm not joking, because the last presentation, it ran away from me. So we had the Swedish biofuels plant that I talked to you about. Our next commercial project is in Illinois, which is a 360 kTA project, looking at just ethanol to SAF. Then we move over to Pennsylvania in Pittsburgh Airport, which is quite cool. It's a unique SAF ecosystem where they actually have green hydrogen production on site. Oh, wow. Moving over to Australia, like I said, looking at modularized solutions, looking at sugarcane all the way through to SAF. No utilities from the grid whatsoever. The sugarcane is actually used for natural gas and electricity production itself. Then moving over to Vietnam, where we're actually upgrading a 1G ethanol platform to a 2G ethanol platform itself, and through to SAF, really reducing the cost of production here. And then finally, moving over to Latvia, the client that I talked to you about, Norsaf, who are looking at a eSAF and SAF platform itself. So with that, I'm actually going to rush over and hand back. And my closing summary, tell you what, guys, you can read that in the post-conference pack itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sue. And in the afternoon, one of the roundtable discussions is going to be chaired by you on how we scale up SAFs. I guess we all want to be part of that. Now moving on to another scaling up. How are we gonna make biogas happen on a large scale by 2030? Charlotte Morton, you will present the World Biogas Association's first Making Biogas Happen a plan. Charlotte, the floor is yours.
Right. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for the invitation to be with you today. Okay. So just a little bit about the World Biogas Association. We're obviously an association of members. We were set up about 9 years ago in 2016 by the associations of the UK, Italy, and the USA, along with 20 founding company members, to effectively fill a gap where this incredibly necessary industry was not getting any global recognition at all, and to facilitate the growth of the sector at a global level. We now represent over 100 organizations, and we're an accredited member of numerous international organizations, but I'd highlight particularly being a formal partner of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. The CCAC is the Secretariat for Delivery of the Global Methane Pledge, as I'll come on to in a minute, our focus is primarily on recycling all of the organic waste we humans are generating, which are emitting methane because they're not being treated. And methane, as you're all aware, is 86 times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2, so it's existentially necessary for us to slow down the rate of climate change to minimize the amount of methane emissions that are going into the atmosphere as fast as possible. Just a quick overview of some of our members, which go from small developers to some of the largest oil majors who we are doing our best to facilitate to transition to the green side, because their capability is going to be necessary if we're going to scale up at the rate that we need to do that. And now to the key point about our existence and why this sector is so necessary for our survival. Waste management systems haven't really changed for millennia. We've been burying our waste for very long, but the volumes of waste that we humans are generating are doing, given our populations are doing nothing but growing, so is the waste that we're producing. Today, we estimate we're producing around 105 billion tons of organic waste from our own food waste, manures, slurries, sewage, etc. And the vast majority of that is not being recycled. So not only is it causing a pollution problem, getting into our waterways, causing damage to oceans, but as I've highlighted, they're emitting methane emissions that we need to do something about. You all have been quietly anaerobically digesting your breakfast, I hope, this morning. So what we're talking about is a natural process that is breaking down all of that organic material, extracting the energy from it in the form of methane, but it's captured methane, which is exactly the same molecularly as fossil natural gas. So it's a direct substitute and therefore produces a drop-in fuel for fossil products. Also produce bio-CO2, natural fertilizers as products, and a range of other useful bioproducts. And whilst we may be called the World Biogas Association, biogas is just the main energetic product. You can turn that into bio-CO2 and biomethane. You can also turn that into a range of other fuels, including, and you'll hear about this after lunch, after the break, RDME. But if we can recycle those organic wastes, we can deliver 11% global greenhouse gas emission reductions and half of the global methane pledge. And to your point earlier at the very beginning, Matthias, this is a fantastic economic growth story. It's going to require the delivery of, or the growth of significant supply chains to build the hundreds of thousands of biogas plants we're going to be needing. And our estimate is creating 10 to 15 million jobs around the world. So in terms of benefits to all of us, it's existentially necessary, and it's a fantastic economic story, even if you don't believe in climate change. So this is what we're all about now, is how do we make biogas happen? Just one last point here, just in terms of the sort of volumes we're talking about in terms of energetic terms, all of those organic wastes contain the equivalent of about a third of today's fossil gas demand. So we're not talking small. And that's from the time I got involved in this sector about 15 years ago, that's been the biggest barrier to the industry's growth, is the perception that it's a small industry. It isn't. So today, we're producing around 40 billion cubic meters of natural gas equivalent, taking this data from the IEA's recent biogas biomethane report, which is equivalent to about 1% of today's natural gas demand. So we've got a long way to go. About a quarter of that is biomethane, identical to fossil natural gas, as I say, and there's about $2 billion of investment going into the sector. And we're looking at very significant growth of the industry, which is great. The demand for biogas, according to the IEA, is projected to double between 23 and 35. There's lots of really good stuff. Emissions-intensive industries are looking at biogas as a solution because, as I say, they're drop-in fuels. And there's lots of innovative business models that we're starting to see. Both, I've already highlighted RDME, there's SAF production coming, and a lot of people starting to see that there's biogas can be turned into very valuable products. But the global methane pledge target is 2030. So if we're only projected to double between 23 and 35, this simply isn't fast enough. So we have to do something about ensuring, rapidly speeding up the rate of growth of the sector and overcoming some of the many challenges that the industry has. And I'd highlight the top one is that to get a project to FID, it's very difficult to demonstrate a return on investment that is high enough for the range of risks involved in developing biogas projects, which cut across multiple sectors. And another challenge is it involves stakeholders who are not used to talking to each other. And I think to your point, Sue, earlier, that people talking different languages and have different interests. And Gabenga, your point, also I was very interested in your observation that getting all stakeholders into the room won't necessarily lead to the right outcome because they do speak different languages and have different interests, and that issue of trust is incredibly difficult when you're dealing with so many stakeholders together. But we have technical and operational issues. We have lots of new people coming into the sector who are not familiar with the technology, and it's really important to nurture the bugs that are breaking down the organic material. They have to learn how to make these plants perform well. Many of them today are not. Probably one of the biggest hurdles today is that in most countries, even in developed countries such as or biogas developed countries such as the UK, Italy, Germany, still the regulatory framework is not where it needs to be to ensure the rate of growth that we need it to be. And it's still relatively high capex for developing these projects. And therefore, as I say, getting to be able to get the finance to build out these projects is difficult. Money can go where it makes money. Money needs to make money. And so why should it come into the biogas sector if it's not going to get the returns? That's what we need to change. So essentially the work that we're trying to do is to try to address this problem. We have to build hundreds of thousands of plants within as fast as we possibly can if we're going to recycle as much of that organic material to prevent it emitting methane, causing the pollution of our rivers and oceans that is so damaging. And we've got to do it in the fastest possible time, and we've got to do it really well. All of our plants must be performing well to deliver the returns to investors and to deliver all the quality outputs that we need them to do, and they mustn't kill people. So this is where our Making Biogas Happen program comes in. The objective is to facilitate the rapid scale-up of the biogas industry as fast, safely, and professionally as possible. It aims to address the key challenges that I've outlined and to address the main issues around the lack of supportive regulatory framework, the lack of common standards, and the lack of certification, which ultimately leads to a lack of finance. To date, there have been 2 phases. The first phase has been developing a model global biogas regulatory framework and an international certification scheme. The model biogas regulatory framework effectively brings together the best of the policy standards and regulations that have been developed around the more developed markets around the world and puts them into one place. So it's effectively a tool for policymakers in an industry in countries around the world to go to this to the website and see what needs to be put in place and find examples of the best practices around the world. And the International Anaerobic Digestion Certification Scheme sets minimum standards for the health, safety, and operational environmental performance of plants. I'd like to say that this is putting in place the best practice standards, but if we were to put best practice standards in place, then these projects would be even less financeable than they are today. So and probably wouldn't have industry support. So these really are setting minimum health and safety standards, which actually are not really applicable in many parts of the world. So it is so important. There are people being, I hope the press is not here and this statement is not going to be publicly spread, but people are being killed around the world, and it simply is unacceptable. We need to have zero tolerance for that, and it isn't just in third world countries or underdeveloped markets. People are being killed in developed markets, and that must stop. So, now, whilst having a model biogas regulatory framework and international certification scheme available is fantastic, I can pretty much guarantee you that no country is going to adopt those en bloc tomorrow as we'd like. Every country has its unique contexts, and so we need to which is what we're doing as part of phase 2, adapt this model biogas framework and international AD certification scheme to local contexts. So that is what we are now working on, and the phase 1 of this project was funded by the Global Methane Hub, Total Energies, and GHD, and phase 2 is also part funded by the Global Methane Hub, and specifically for 2 projects working in 2 states in Brazil to develop a state biogas action plan in each of those 2 states, and similarly in Brazil. Did I say Brazil or India? It's India and Brazil, 2 states in each country, and the aim is to have those action plans developed by the end of March next year. You can find this work through on both of these 2 websites through the QR codes, and just 2 other points to highlight. In the biogas regulatory framework, there's also a specific piece of work which has created a new way to get a permit in 4 months. Many of you will be aware that getting a permit is one of the biggest barriers across the sector. I think on average in Europe it's something like 2 to 4 months to get, years. If only it were 2 to 4 months. 2 to 4 years to get a permit across Europe. GHD is a global consultancy that developed this methodology. They took it from another sector. So the methodology exists. We are looking for a willing regulator and a willing developer to put it into practice to demonstrate it can be done. So if anybody wants to help us with that, please let me know. And the other important thing about the International AD Certification Scheme is that we are about to embark on developing a standardized methodology for assessing the LCA specifically of a biogas plant. I hope that's not my phone. It is my phone. I'm so sorry. Interrupted by my own phone. Couldn't be better. It'll stop in a minute, I hope. Okay. Apologies. Apologies. This LCA methodology will aim to ensure that the CI number on all biomethane certificates is comparable, and will obviously need to be compliant with ICAO guidelines and IMO guidelines, but ultimately the goal is to ensure the biomethane certificates have the maximum value they can possibly achieve on the markets. Again, to address the biggest challenge the industry has is ensuring that the return on investment for projects is high enough for investors to want to invest in our sector. So, the objective of phase 2, as I say, is to develop national or statewide biogas action plans, and to adapt the biogas regulatory framework and international ADCS to each country or each state as appropriate. And the way we approach to do it is to work in partnership with all the relevant government departments and all relevant stakeholders. And this is where the hardest part begins. So I tell my team, you thought it was hard putting that model biogas regulatory framework together. Now you start dealing with people. And I think the discussions that we had yesterday and today around building trust and how you get people to work together demonstrate that actually this is the hardest part. People, we are our worst enemies. That's why we're in this climate crisis. And so we are now working, starting to, the most difficult part of bringing stakeholders together, and I hear you about not necessarily bringing them all together in one room. Gabenga, we need to think about which stakeholders we bring together, but what we want to achieve is to get all relevant stakeholders, and that has to include all the controllers of the feedstock, the waste, which will be a very disparate group, different disparate groups from waste management companies, local authorities, farmers, together with all the other elements, the grids, the AD production companies, the policymakers, and we need to first get them excited by that opportunity. So that means being clear what the potential in the country or state is of this sector, and it's big in pretty much every state or country you're talking about, because we humans are generating organic waste everywhere, and then getting them, having got them excited about it, then getting them to think about what's got to happen if we're going to actually make it happen. How are we going to deliver it? What's stopping it happen today? What are the problems? And then working together, trying to find solutions to ensure that all stakeholders' interests are aligned, because that way then they will be wanting to participate, and using the tools that we've developed to agree the solutions, and then putting in place an action plan that everybody agrees with, and the actors who've got to deliver the various actions know what they've got to deliver, and there's a timeline for it, because without that timeline, it's not going to happen, and without clear actions, it's not going to happen. It will also then look to model supply chain requirements. One of the barriers that we're hearing today is that even plants that have got FID can't get parts, so there's a long lead time for some of these things. So we've got to, especially if we're looking to build hundreds of thousands of plants, we've got to get investment in the supply chains locally as well. We've got to look at the capacity building requirements. If we're going to be building, needing to create 10 to 15 million jobs worldwide, then those people need to be trained. And looking at the finance required and where that's going to come from and how we can facilitate it. So our approach is to partner with the National Biogas Association and national or state governments, and with all industry experts and local stakeholders. We bring the global experience that we've collated from more developed markets. The local biogas associations and local stakeholders, they understand their local contexts. So it's about bringing everybody together and sort of trying to overcome that the time it takes to get experience. We don't have time to reinvent the wheel, so we have to share experience to try to cut the time down that it's going to take, because we are out of time as far as climate change is concerned. So I don't know how we're doing on time, but just 2 minutes. So I'll whistle through this, because I think all of you will be aware of some of the policy mechanisms that are most effective when it comes to growing sectors. These are some of the examples that are in the biogas regulatory framework. We know that national production targets are great, and we've seen the European Commission's Repower EU target. India's got a mandate of 5% methane and has also made a commitment to building 5,000 large-scale bio-CNG plants. And in Brazil, 1% of CO2 emissions from fossil gas producers has to be abated by 2026. That's just in a few months. But targets are not enough, because without a plan to actually deliver them, as I've just gone through, it isn't going to happen. And we've seen that the growth that we're expecting to see, whilst there is growth in, say, Brazil and India with these targets, the industry isn't scaling enough to meet them. And ETS is also very effective, there's also other examples of CapEx funding that also all contributes to making an ROI that is sufficient for investors. Other cases where it's really important to highlight that anaerobic digestion is a priority method for treating organic waste, because putting organic material into landfill is particularly bad. Burning it isn't great. So these 105 billion tons of organic waste that I talked about, these are basically resources in the wrong place. We need to make sure we're extracting the maximum value from it. And today, anaerobic digestion is the best process initially, along with complementary technologies, that does get the most value out of these organic wastes. So just to summarize, biogas is existentially necessary for us. It can prevent a further 0.1 degree of temperature rise. It can prevent pollution of rivers and oceans. It delivers us energy security, food security, and is a fantastic economic growth story. What's not to like? Today, we're only producing 1% of fossil gas consumption, but we could be producing around 1/3 of today's fossil gas demand. Making biogas happen is designed to help facilitate that rapid growth, and we really hope that for those of you who are in the sector, you will join us in helping to make biogas happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. You will be here throughout the day. We even had the QR codes to start digging into the strategies and making it happen. And making it happen is also the theme for the next presentation. How do we scale advanced biofuels? Jose, we know you from before. The floor is yours again.
Thank you, Matthias. Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity of being here. Pleasure. Thanks to all the presenter. I don't want to stand too much between you and your next coffee break and some snacks, so I'll try to keep it quick. And I'll be quick because of the very nice presenter we've had before. I can skip some of the slides. So I'll speak briefly about Rumble. Have to do that. I will cover a bit more of the risks that we've seen with Rumble in these new biofuels and biogas technologies as well. Some case studies, and I will close up with some opportunities at the end. So a bit about Rumble. We've been around like 80 years, headquartered in Denmark, in Copenhagen, 18,000 people, several countries, and the mission is utmost sustainability, to create sustainable societies where people and nature both can flourish. Work in 8-9 different sectors. We work in a very integrated approach when possible. That's why it makes us a good consultant for financial institutions, governments, big and small clients. I'm here in energy, where we work with carbon capture, biogas, biofuels, gasification, waste to energy as well. So there's a lot of engineers, there's a lot of also past oil and gas knowledge that can not directly be transferred, but of course we can harvest from that. Quite big as well in building infrastructure projects, management consulting, where we do all the commercial side of the assignments, quite smart and integrated in mergers and acquisition and post M&A. A bit of context and risk management. So clearly this slide was not approved by the marketing department of my company. And I will be super quick because we've heard so much about the outlook, especially in SAF, especially today. This doesn't include the canceled projects, but the message here is that there is a demand building up to 2030, and there's going to be a huge gap. And I think the one from KBR show a nice timeline. For developing this project, greenfield projects will take 4 or 5, even 6 years, and we're already in 2025. So the gap is actually now, and it needs to happen now. So this is clearly a problem. We've heard a lot of HEFA, probably will get saturated soon. The price will start increasing, and there will be more opportunity for the other novel technologies. Power to liquids maybe a bit further in the future. Gasification, I'm a big believer that is the time for gasification. We've heard also from TOR people that the TRL levels are increasing, and that's quite good for the market. And yeah, alcohol, gasification, syngas to several other pathways. This is the picture today. Unfortunately, the gap is building. It's even more than previous outlooks I've studied. I don't want to go into detail, but this is how it looks. And they don't fail for the same reason. There are several reasons. There's commercial policy, partnership reason, project, supply chain constraints. There are so many, and I just want to dig in a bit of what we've seen. This could be a bit generic, but I will talk a bit more about the biofuel side of things. Regulation, I think we've talked a lot. Sometimes it's very misleading. I'm not going to go into IRA. Many of the funds and the capital going back to the US and then coming back to EU just creates an inefficient development. In general, it's very complex to serve the regulation. You need a department to go through it. In several countries apply it in a different way. Permitting is not getting easier. It's just getting more expensive and more time consuming, a big bottleneck. And for this kind of project, first of a kind project, I think something should be made there also to support. Let me jump to the feedstock risk over here. We've seen a bit of a problem with the feedstock. Some of the feedstock, you are not sure they're going to keep being sustainable. They're changing. Several nations consider them differently, so there's a integrated risk there. Supply and availability, we've seen some developers claiming that they have a feedstock available, but at the end, after 2-3 years, we see that there's competition. The feedstock can be valorized in several ways. There are so many pathways. You can have some feedstock for heat and power. You can have it pyrolyzed and then harvest another value streams like carbon capture, carbon sequestration into the ground. And there's some new subsidies, for example, that increase the competition. It's changing a lot. So feedstock risk is a particularly bottleneck that we've seen creating trouble later on when it has not been considered early. Project schedule, we are a bit in a turbulent times. We have war, we have tariffs, we have inflation, and this just makes the perfect storm for stalling some projects. And increasing a bit the capex that you've considered 10-15% we've seen, and new technology integrating these comes with different as well health and safety challenges. But it's not all about the challenges and the risk. There's also mitigation strategies, and I want to talk a bit about a bit of a generic answer to some of the risks. So the top bar, we have competent and integrated due diligence. In our team in particular, we've been particularly busy with this over the last few years. Either you're scaling, you're looking for investors, either you're buying into a portfolio, you're selling a portfolio, you need some stamp, you need some engineering company like Rumble or Afri or other consultants that can give you a check and can certify what do you have. And that, when it's competent, you can have a one-stop shop, let's say, that analyzes the feedstock, supply, availability, price forecast, import and export, competition, analysis on your offtake contracts, commitments, long-term agreements, also for the biofuels, and what potential change can you have on your technology? Can you upgrade to some more valuable fuels? Can you increase the capacity, scale it up a bit more? On the technical side, we've heard also before, it's super, super important to understand which technology readiness levels you have, with which startup you're working on, what are the next steps, what are the alignments you need with your stakeholders, what is the key message each of one needs to take, and this is where Rumble also can support. And let me just jump to the efficient technology integration here. We discussed in the panel, a startup knows the technology, but that's it. So you need collaboration here. You need people that can efficiently integrate this into a bigger scale. It's not the same to operating a pilot plant than to operating a commercial plant with upstream, let's say, feedstock treatment, with a downstream methanol, syngas purified methanol loop at high pressure, high temperature. It's different monster. Let me just jump to FID. This is the big lag. FID facilitation schemes and also funding diversification. There's a big knowledge gap. The developers actually don't know how to harvest all the opportunities for grants, for equity, for partnerships, for actually going forward. And we've seen also in these mergers and acquisition that a good project development with some stage gate model with clear milestones of de-risking gives not a perception, but actually gives a reality of a more de-risk project. If you have milestone A, B, C, the permitting, the procurement, the offtake contracts, the supply contracts, this makes an asset much more digestible and easy to get into partnerships. We also discussed about guarantees and insurance. That's also something that you need to understand fully when you're dealing with a low TRL or below 7, below 8 TRL. As well, competitiveness. We've seen many technologies coming up, fighting for the same feedstock, let's say. And also, you have no certainty that your fuel is going to be approved in the future if you're making a bet in that. Let me just change. This is more or less a generic slide on Rumble value chain and where we operate. Don't pay too much attention. I just want to highlight the early stage de-risking, technical de-risking in this case. Even though Rumble also works in detailed design and owner's engineer, that is also quite important for technology integration. But it's here in the concept, in the pre-feasibility, in the basic design, where you can have the most, let's say, value out of your investment, out of your DevEx. It is here where you define your project and you have the most influence on the cost of your project. If you go through, I don't know, FEED engineering and you decided that something was wrong or somebody audited and your design of your equipment was not okay, it's too late. You need to redo engineering, and that comes with a lot of costs and with a lot of time delay. So my message here is to be aware of your capabilities, look for partnerships, look for engineering support to close the gaps here early on, because then, unfortunately, it's too late. The message here is the same. It's the timeline is long for this project, especially if there are green fields. I encourage to scale up this early on, so get into partnerships early on, and it's paramount to understand your risk, your technical capabilities, and where are the gaps, and this is the way to partner with engineering integrators or other partnerships to supply and to fill the gaps. With the TRL levels, it's the same. Understanding what needs to be done to go from a technology readiness level 6, 7 to 8 or 9, so you can actually search for proper partnerships in here. And here's when I want to spend a bit more time. Case studies, also quite an intense slice here, but the Rumble plays in all the value chain. And I don't want to say that biofuels is the only solution for decarbonization. It's a myriad of fuels, it's a myriad of technologies. And we say green fuels, but it means biofuels, it means electrofuels, it means a combination. I mean, we've seen some projects with bio and also electrofuels that will increase the yield of certain feedstock or certain technologies. And this is where Rumble plays. Bio to X, we call it, and waste to X. And as I said before, the knowledge is quite transferable, especially if you're in a big organization and you can supply better solutions to the clients. We like to support them from early beginning so we can have a view on the whole project value chain and lifetime. So as early engineers to owners engineers up until operation even. So okay, some case studies. This is public, this is Quasir Technologies, a Danish startup in solvothermal liquefaction. So they're working on a pilot plant, but at the same time they engage with us early on so we can support them in closing these gaps to come up with an early design. This is a bit more than a pre-feasibility study for 100 TA of bio oil. The technology, you can read a bit about it, but it's agnostic. They rely on a recycled loop of an alcohol in their system, high temperature pressure, and the result is a clean, sustainable biofuel expected to also support decarbonizing the maritime industry. I'm also running out of time, but here is where Rumble supported with some layouts, with the scale up of the technology. We bring the experts from the waste to energy incineration plants, and we support with the pre-treatment and handling of a biomass that the client has no idea, of course, and they don't have to. And that's why we come and support. And of course, the risk a bit technically CapEx, OpEx, and so they can go out and search for investor rounds. This is another case study, the integrated due diligence I was talking about. We work together with the commercial people, with the environmental team as well. So this was a biofuels asset. This was an investor that wanted to buy into this asset, but they have a bit of deeper pockets and more risk allowed. So they wanted to understand the whole business, the whole supply chain. And this is here where we analyze every feedstock possible that can actually support these existing assets. So they were interested in scaling it up, refining more the project, and accessing more valuable fuels, and increase the value of the asset at the end. On the technical side, we also had to go see the plant, analyze the scalability, the land usage, and then you also have the due diligence on the environmental part, what needs to be done, what are the key risks associated, sorry, and also compliance, ESG compliance. Finally, and I want to end with this on the next slide. This was an assignment that I was not part of, but if you see here, our effort was the evaluation. This was building models for an airline that I cannot disclose, but 80 plus sustainable aviation production pathways were calculated, 80 plus, and there's not only one solution for this, but in this assignment, the idea was to open up the book and present in front of the client in their language to understand what they need so they can take the best decision on where to put their energy, and the money, and their resources. 80 plus pathways of SAF, different location, different feedstock, different technology, different upgradings, and then they can choose which technology they want to have, which carbon intensity they are looking for, and where to move forward. And then this slide, I got this a bit outdated, but I've learned today that there are several mandates, and there are also upcoming mandates, I think, in Brazil. China is expected to come up also with some mandates. But it's quite of a complex landscape to understand. And in Rumble, I have colleagues very knowledgeable about this, so we're also supporting this. Actually, today or yesterday, a colleague reached out from Australia. They've just released subsidies there, around 1 billion Australian dollars, roughly 600 million euros, to support only sustainable liquid biofuels. So when you work in a big company like Rumble, you have access to so much knowledge that we can help to support the clients and guide them through. And the positive note here is that there is willingness to invest. There is countries. We also see a lot of effort in Southeast Asia, for example. I think it was mentioned today. They have a lot of biomass, and they're not using it in the most efficient way. And there's investors willing to go there. And maybe with more than one project, you can build the supply chain and infrastructure that is needed. But yeah, just to end in a positive note, there is mandates, there is a gap to be filled, and there is a piece of the pie for every stakeholder here in this room to support on the decarbonization. Yes, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jose. There's mandates, there's gaps to be filled, and there's coffee to be had. And the conversation will continue also because one of the tables in the afternoon, you will lead the discussion. So we'll get back to that.
I will, yes. Thank you so much.
Be back at 12:30. So during the first day and a half, there's one sustainable biofuel we haven't spoken much about, and that is renewable propane or LPG. Let's dig into that with Cecilia G. The floor is yours, Cecilia. Yes, you can.
Bless, thank you. I know, it's just, yeah, also I'm really tiny, so, okay. I'm not strong either, apparently. The clicker? Oh, there's one here, okay. Yeah, I hope we're all happily caffeinated now, if we haven't met yet. My name's Cecilia G. I'm with SHV Energy, and I think you're probably looking at this thinking like, huh, why are we talking about propane? This doesn't come up. I don't deal with this. But I think we would be remiss exactly for that reason not to discuss this, because it's actually a huge friggin' market, and it's really all around us. So I think on my side, kind of cute picture bringing it home, what it looked like for me was, if you can't tell from my accent, I'm originally Canadian, so what it looked like was, as a kid, camping across Western Canada and having these tanks of propane essentially feed a family and keep us going on adventures. And maybe for you that looks like barbecue at home, but for many other areas, whether that is in rural Europe, whether this is in developing countries, that looks like a lot of lifeline required needs, whether that's heating or cooking. So a bit more about SHV Energy. We are a very old Dutch family-owned company. We're 129 years old, and we specialize in the off-grid distribution of these energy carriers, mostly propane, LPG, also some dabbling LNG, and then my team specifically, we work in the sustainable fuels team. So we do this in, like I said, mostly residential, some commercial, home heating and cooking, also some industrial uses as well as auto gas. And we do this globally across the world, mostly a footprint in mainland Europe, but also Brazil, India, and like we've seen throughout discussions, that helps us give this flexibility of where to operate based on those local conditions, whether or not that means better feedstock or different regulations around these kind of value chains. So what I want to do is just take a quick look at what this looks like today, the overall market, what the kind of opportunity is, and then the most time I want to spend indeed is on what does that portfolio of technology pathways look like that are available to us, and then kind of bring it together, marry that bottom up, top down look of, okay, we have the tech, or if we have the tech, how does that look like with the policy landscape, the overall market readiness as well. So like I said, the propane industry is actually really strangely large. It's around 360 million tons in global demand. So this, and if you correct me if I'm wrong, kind of competes and is very similar to the jet fuel industry for kerosene in overall volumes. Now today, if you're looking at fossil LPG, that is a byproduct from natural gas processing, the crude oil refining, and kind of similarly, if you're going the bio LPG route, that is also a byproduct today. So whether you are going essentially the HVO HEFA process to your biodiesel to your SAF, around 5% of that yield ends up being a bio LPG co-product. However, for example, if you go to the States, this is a country where, based on their schemes, it's actually more attractive for them to just reuse that propane within their refineries to further reduce their CI score. So even though we're seeing this, let's say, SAF capacity increase, this HVO capacity increase, that doesn't necessarily mean that you will have a proportionate increase as well in the bio-LPG, because it's not always something that those producers want to sell. So I think this kind of necessitates this question of, oh, okay, instead of being tied to an existing process, what would that look like to produce on purpose or on demand bio-LPG or other molecules so that this is a standalone industry? And indeed, how could we decarbonize overall? So we have a myriad of pathways. There are a lot of options, but I think the key message is that we still have a long way to go. Most of these are very, very early stage, need a lot of development, need a lot of partnership and collaboration like we've been discussing. And really, it's only the HVO HEFA process today that is commercial in order to produce a bio-LPG. So you have a number of different feedstocks, organic, inorganic, et cetera. You have different pathways at varying commercial maturities, and then also for us in the propane industry, this kind of decarbonization can look like either, of course, taking the biofuel as a drop-in replacement, or also going to, as Charlotte mentioned, RDME. So I'll just zoom in on a couple of select pathways that we've been looking at. And so I'll start with how are we going to go from ethanol to LPG. So this started because we thought, hey, you know what, olefin conversion technology, that's pretty well known, commercial, industrially relevant, typically going from your ethylene to your propylene. And we thought, okay, once you get to propylene, can we get that to propane? But typically then you do need to add in hydrogen. And of course, if you want to add in hydrogen, you probably want that to be green, but that makes things a little complicated, a little bit more expensive. So then we thought, okay, can we go from this ethanol, ethylene to propane without the use of hydrogen? Without adding external hydrogen, rather. And we kind of did that. So we're working on it. We got a process where you are going from ethanol, and then you get about a third, and a third of LPG, an aromatic fraction, and then wastewater. So in a bit more detail, what that looks like is you're going to take your feedstock. So whether this is a 1G or 2G ethanol obviously depends on the region, the quantities, the availability, the price, and the mandates. So for us, for example, we have a business unit, Supergas Braz in Brazil, and that's something where maybe we are going to go towards a corn ethanol, whereas here for our business units in Europe, that could look vastly different. So you do that, you get your ethanol, of course, and again, I think a huge amount of collaboration also needed for that. And then through our technology, then that would look like, okay, we're going to go from the ethanol to ethylene. And then through a few simultaneous steps, what you end up with is this mix of propylene, aromatics, and the hydrogen. And then that's where, of course, the hydrogen can combine with the propylene. And you end up with these co-products. And I think interestingly here, then, because we have these two co-products, which is the bio-LPG, but then also this green aromatic fraction, it also begs the question of, can we kind of combine industry needs? So we know that within jet fuel, so also within SAF, you need a level of aromatics, kind of helps with the energy density, kind of helps with the rubber seals and gaskets, sealing and whatnot, also causes issues with soot, and so this begs the question from a market standpoint is, can we sell these aromatics that are coming out in almost a similar weight % volume to a different industry, whether that is aviation or maybe pharma, maybe a biogasoline, et cetera, these other areas where you can use aromatics. So in a bit more detail, what this has looked like so far is over 1,000 hours of cumulative testing. In one continuous reaction, that's been 900 hours. So we're sitting around TR4. What we've done is we've taken and tried out a variety of zeolite catalysts, but we've kind of doped one to create a proprietary catalyst for better C3 selectivity. Tested through different temperatures, pressures, airflow rates, ethanol flow rates, and have been able to get pretty decent selectivity to the paraffins versus the olefins. We've also tested the aromatic fraction. So from that, from your BTX, what you're getting is mostly the toluenes and xylenes, much less of the B version. So that's overall what we've been looking at so far from ethanol done in this kind of 1-inch skid reactor. And we thought, okay, we've heard so much about biogas. We're seeing so many plans to scale up biogas, a lot of movement around it. How can we go from biogas as an alternative starting point? So, of course, I think the idea here is biogas to syngas. You can do that in many, of course, different ways, whether it's torrefaction. For us, it's been dry reforming, as we've been having this particular project in collaboration with our Japanese partners, Furukawa Electric and Astomos Energy. So here, what we've done is you have the biogas dry reforming, the syngas, and then essentially Furukawa has their proprietary catalyst, so that then you have quite a few different steps where you're getting this LPG at the end. And what we have is about, from this LPG mixture, it's about 30% propane, and then of that, kind of an 80% C3 selectivity. So this has broken ground already in Hokkaido in northern Japan, and so something that we're quite keen to see moving forward and extending, then seeing this built up in the real world. So RDME, which was mentioned earlier, and this is something where we have a couple of different, again, flavors of partnership. So our German business unit, Gas Energie, they've partnered with Arcus earlier this year. What Arcus has offered is essentially a modular extension onto an existing biogas facility. So this is still coming from biogas. And the idea is that you can add this on and you're using your manure-derived or other kind of biogenic waste to get your biogas. And this plant specifically in this kind of demo scale is about 30 tons that they're planning to produce. And Gas will be running some field test trials later next year for this. We're also part of a consortium called Butterfly. This is a Horizon Europe funded program. It is a very long acronym, something like biomass utilized in this portfolio of extended something, 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 renewable fuels for long yield. But here basically what we're trying to do is take these different types of feedstocks and valorize them both to produce on one hand syngas as part of the project, but then also the RDME. And so here what we're doing is it's a consortium with a few different project partners that includes NG Angers and RWTH Aachen, and as well as TNO, so the Dutch National Research Institute. And what the technology here is being used, essentially you have these feedstocks. We're doing indirect gasification, and then TNO has their specific technology that they call SEDMES, so sorption enhanced DME synthesis, where they have essentially three columns for continuous production of DME. And they say it's kind of this one-step DME synthesis, so you don't need to separately go to methanol first and then dehydrate it to DME. And why DME? That's something that we thought of because, well, first of all, obviously in the fossil world, methanol to DME is pretty used commonly. It's well known. But then also what we found through various trials is that you can blend DME into a propane up to around 12%. So that's just another option for us to say, hey, if you can't get your hands on, I don't know, a bio-LPG, then maybe you can also have this RDME in order to blend in. So we have a few different options, both in terms of how we're starting up in terms of feedstock, but then also the actual molecule, whether that is a bio-based LPG or whether that is a renewable DME. But maybe kind of looking up and opening up the aperture a little bit is we also dabble in hydrogen. So of course we've looked at the hydrogen economy. It has its own issues. Obviously there's issues with the energy density of hydrogen. There's issues with the cost of transport and storage, which is very difficult. So we saw that there were these difficulties and these setbacks within the hydrogen economy, and we thought, okay, you know what? We're seeing turquoise hydrogen, we're seeing methane pyrolysis. Why not propane pyrolysis? And we were thinking of this in terms of, can we use propane as a carrier? Because we have this existing infrastructure in distribution, can you leverage that and say, with this idea and philosophy of leveraging this existing infrastructure is the kind of the quickest way to unlock some of these technologies? And of course, I think if you think of the overall, let's say, weight percent of hydrogen in some of the available carriers, LOHCs, it's something like less than 12.5% hydrogen. Methanol is around, let's say, 12, 13% hydrogen. Ammonia is very similar to propane. Ammonia is 17%, but then, yeah, propane is 18% hydrogen by weight. So maybe it's not a bad option. So what we did is we partnered with HiROC. They are a scale-up out of Hull in the UK. They're developing this thermal plasma electrolysis technology. So you can think of it as propane plasma pyrolysis, where you have this torch. This is going at around 1600 degrees. And you're splitting, of course, your hydrocarbon into hydrogen and then a solid carbon output. So this is something where, for HiROC as a company, they have already tested the methane portion with Centrica. So they actually completed a trial recently. It was an hour of continuous production and blending of 3% hydrogen. And that's a pilot that they've been working on and also have plans to blend up to 20% hydrogen even for this specific Centrica gas-fired peaker plant in the UK. So for us, what that testing has looked like has been around, I would say, 18 minutes of continuous testing, running this propane through their system, of course knowing that we've had to modify the torch and essentially, so far, sadly, we're just off-gassing the hydrogen. So of course, those are a few of the, let's say, one more actually. So then in pictures, you can see this is essentially the torch unit. This is the propane tank that our UK business unit has delivered from Calorgas. And then this is kind of the physical solid carbon that we've gotten out of it. So it's a lot softer than typical carbon black, hence why we're calling it more of a general solid carbon. So it comes as a very fluffy, very airy powder, and we've also pelletized it. And of course, I think kind of similarly to going back to that first technology of saying, hey, we have these co-products, can we sell into other industries? I think similarly here, anytime I see a pyrolysis technology, a methane or propane pyrolysis technology, when you're producing this solid carbon, so much of the business case also rests on valorizing this co-product, right? And of course, existing carbon black, that can go into tires mostly, maybe some inks, maybe some batteries. But again, this is a very important piece of the puzzle in terms of being able to kind of create these and complementary markets. So we've taken a look at just a few of the technologies, but I think a lot of the discussion today has been, well, how does that other piece of the puzzle work to catalyze and move these and accelerate the actual technology forward? Because what we've seen, obviously, is that there's been turbulent announcements recently, and that market demand is not always there. I would say specifically, even though we're a bit masochistic in Europe and really like to have more of the stick than the carrot in policy. What I would say that is difficult for specifically LPG is that it's very much ignored in many of the discussions. So this is something where my colleagues are in advocacy groups and are trying to bring it to the conversation and to have this molecule be part of the program. So for example, Hydrogen Europe, which we're a part of, last year had published in their sort of renewable pathways report that, hey, pyrolysis of propane could be an option. Even with fossil propane, you can have pretty good emissions reduction. And obviously, if you use bio-LPG, then you could have even a net negative option. But even for funding, right? I think most funding when you're in bioenergy really focuses on biogas or biomethane. Biopropane really gets ignored and typically is disqualified from those funding calls, except for one, which again is the one that we advocated for, which was within this kind of turquoise hydrogen world. So a lot of work to be done, but I think when it comes to certain countries like we're seeing a renewable heat obligation in Ireland, we're seeing the green gas quota in Germany, maybe these are regulations which could spur more development. So I think really similar across the board that we've seen is obviously diversification de-risks supply when you're being able to have a variety of feedstocks, a security of feedstocks, and also security in this technology. But it's very, very difficult. And I think especially within the propane industry, this is a sector where none of us are actual fuel producers. So how are you able to diversify and catalyze the market without being a specific producer yourself? The other thing is, I think, right, system integration can create these co-benefits, whether you are trying to partner and sell, right, this co-product of aromatics to a certain industry or the solid carbon to another industry. A lot of the times we're seeing kind of this demand for collaboration to make a lot of the cases work. And I think that's indeed the approach that SHV Energy is taking, is saying, hey, we really want to work with you. We want to work with a lot of folks. And I think it gives us all much more comfort in moving forward. And of course, that scalable impact requires this convergence of both the technologies being ready, but then also there being support from mechanisms and from regulation. So I'll leave you with that. I think I'm perfectly on time. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecilia. We actually have time for a question or two, questions on this. And I want to start by one, Cecilia. How do what you do relate to what else we have in the room? How do your value chains relate to the other value chains we see here?
Yeah, I think I can just yell.
There's people in the camera also. They need the mic to hear us.
Oh, it was like I can just yell at you. Yeah, I think it's interesting because when you were looking at the kind of commercial product, obviously, right? Like Nesta, Ida, you spoke yesterday where, for example, your biodiesel facilities, that's producing biopropane as a co-product. The Sky Energy facility in Delfzijl also is producing biopropane as a co-product. So there's a lot of this existing linkages already with many of the other, let's say, quote unquote, more common biofuels producers. So I think there's an inherent dependency there. But at the end of the day, I think we've had this full discussion of we need every possible technology. Not everything's going to come to fruition. Not everything's going to come to the right maturity level or the same maturity level. But it's better to have more options than none because there's so many different, let's say, requirements or criteria in different parts of the world.
And the fact that you're excluded from a lot of the financial opportunities and that exclusion, how can we deal with that? How can we be helpful?
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, so it's it's very difficult, and I think it's a blessing to be in a room with folks like you guys across the value chain and with different functions, because indeed, I think something that I've learned is that advocacy is very important, but takes a lot of time. So even having BioLPG be qualified for this one single Horizon Europe call, that took, let's say, 2 years prior of my colleagues sitting on Hydrogen Europe, talking to the Commission, speaking with policymakers to say, hey, this is an optional pathway and that we should be exploring it. I think half a year ago, earlier this year, also the Delegated Act came out recently just for methane pyrolysis to begin with, to say that, hey, we can consider this as a, let's say, low carbon pathway to this specific type of hydrogen. So I will say, of course, yeah, that in that sense, we're piggybacking off of the kind of hype around hydrogen itself. But indeed, I think further discussions and getting people to care, because this is still a large industry. I think it's an industry that needs options.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Cecilia, once again. And that is also a perfect introduction to the next speaker, because the next subject is how do we go from strategy, from technology development to actual plant operation in terms of biofuel technologies. We've got with us Maxime Vassio, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Maxime, anyway, from Accents. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction and the very nice morning where I saw we are all agree on collaboration, integrated solution, and what else, and de-risking technology. And it is what my presentation is about, how we collaborate with customer, with partner to provide on the market de-risk technology. And as my colleagues here, I'm going to start by introducing Accents that we may not be so famous. So we are a technology provider. We provide technology in many fields, in refining, oil and gas, petrochemical, but more specifically now in the renewable field, bio-based chemical, carbon capture, and so on. We belong to IFPEN, which is the French Institute of Research. Basically, they are doing the research up to scale 4, 5, 6, and then we scale up the technology to put it on the market. And what is great with this French Institute of Research is that they have started the research in biofuel 40 years ago. So that means today we have a quite big portfolio in terms of producing biofuel from different kind of feedstock. So I say the business area, historically the refining, but now carbon capture, hydrogen transportation, plastic recycling, so many kind of field where we are acting in the research. So as technology provider, so we have been created in 2001, so we are a technology licensor for more than 20 years, and we have 3,000 unit license in the field. So that means collaboration, IFPEN, Accents has a lot of experience in terms of technology development and technology licensing. So I say we have a quite big portfolio in terms of biofuels. We have two groups. The group of liquid, starting with a feedstock of a liquid, FR-HVO, which are vegan technology. We already have 4 units in operation in the world, so we are not operating, to be clear. We sell the technology and we have operator like Repsol. Ruben is not in the room, but he has one of our technology. We have also the group from the solid biomass, where we have 2 pathways to produce sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel. So one is enzymatic conversion of the biomass to produce ethanol, and then transform this ethanol into sustainable aviation fuel with the alcohol-to-jet ethanol technology. And the second one, pathway to valorize the solid biomass, is the gasification of the biomass, and then the Fischer-Tropsch technology and upgrading. And I selected this technology as an example of collaboration we had to develop this technology. I'm not mentioning the last pathway because it is e-fuel and is not the topic here. So Biofuels. What is this technology? It's a commercial technology developed in collaboration with ThyssenKrupp. ThyssenKrupp is providing the gasification part, and Axens is doing the syngas purification, the Fischer-Tropsch, and the upgrading of the syngas. It is a de-risk technology. We invested 12 years of development and investments in 2 large-scale demonstrators. It is a versatile technology. We can process various kinds of feedstock, and also versatile regarding the product. Today the market is SAF, but we can also maximize the naphtha if one day it rises up, and also the diesel. And we operate as a super licensor for all this technology, so it is an integrated solution that we put on the market. A bit more in detail to better understand the role of each collaborators. We take the feedstock, we do pre-treatment, which is drying and torrefaction. We have a presentation yesterday of someone having a gasification technology. So we do the same to this. Doing this pre-treatment is a way to densify, to have a more dense energy product to fit the gasifier, and also to standardize the biomass. Then we do the gasification to produce hydrogen, CO, we have some CO2, H2S, some other impurity. Then we do the conditioning, which is removing impurities, adjusting the hydrogen and CO ratio for the Fischer-Tropsch technology, and then we do the upgrading. An alternative to this is to do the direct injection of hydrogen during the conditioning, so that avoid to do the water gas shift, and allow to maximize the yield. You can double the yield by doing green hydrogen injection. And specifically for the European market, you are producing 50% biofuels and 50% e-fuel. So it's also a good way to make good economics for the project. So now let's talk about the collaboration and the topic. Now we know Axens, we know the technology. So how it has been developed, and what is the role of the collaboration. So first, what is de-risking? When we talk about de-risking, technology is to anticipate the challenges we may face during the design, during the project execution, construction, and more specifically during operation of the unit. So de-risking is all to anticipate this challenging, and taking our share of risk as a technology licensor to put on the market a reliable technology. So how we did this for the biofuel technology. First, we team with experienced licensor having a commercial technology for that, which is in the name of Axens and ThyssenKrupp. We figure out the novelties, what is new when we combine these 2 technologies. So in this case, it was a new feedstock. Gasification is used for coal or petcoke. In this case, it was biomass. And we need also to do the technology alignment, which is very important to do that in advance. We design, build, and we operate a demonstration unit to capitalize experience in all the chain, mean design, construction, and operation. And we exercise by designing an industrial unit as if it was a commercial project. And even since, we have developed 2 full projects for this technology. So I talk about experienced licensor. Axens, we are proud of our background in terms of refining because we gain a lot of experience there. And we have technology like the acid gas removal, the removal of CO2 into the syngas, and we have over 200 references for that. The purification of the syngas, H2S removal, hydrolysis, so all the kind of purification. We have a very big portfolio to do that. And so we have several references for this application, 100 references. And for the Gazelle technology, which is our Fischer-Tropsch and upgrading, here again, we have experience in refining for the upgrading, which is hydrotreatment, hydrocracking, over 400 references. We have experience in bubbling bed reactors. Also, we have some technology using that, and it's the same. We are using slurry bubble column in the Fischer-Tropsch technology, so we know how to design this kind of unit. And we have invested in a large demo scale, 20 barrels per day, for the Fischer-Tropsch technology that we have operated during 25,000 hours. And we have several units under design for the Fischer-Tropsch technology. So that is for the Axens part. And for the gasification part, ThyssenKrupp Uhde has designed over 100 gasifiers, designed, built, and put into successful operation. So that is very big experience we gain. Yesterday we were talking about starting from scratch from a technology to develop gasification and make the best gasification possible. But there is a gain when you have designed 100 gasifiers, a gain in terms of designing and gain in terms of operation that is very difficult to obtain from the research. So we see several examples here of some gasifier in Germany, in South Africa, and I would like to focus on one in Puerto Llano, in Spain. So this technology, this plant is operating with 2,600 tons per day of feedstock. So also here in terms of scalability, the range here is even bigger than the project we have in a renewable fuel today, or close for the biggest project. And also this unit has processed up to 10% of biomass. So 10% is not bad, but that was not the objective of biofuel technology, which was 100% biomass. So we have invested in a demo plant, actually 2 demonstration plants, because we have done, so picture 1 is a demo unit for the torrefaction of the biomass in Venet, and with a 3 tons per hour of capacity for the biomass. And the picture 2 are the demonstration unit, also 3 tons per hour of biomass for the gasification, cleaning of the syngas, and the Fischer-Tropsch technology. So it was like a successful global first to demonstrate from the biomass, the raw biomass, up to the Fischer-Tropsch liquids that we can have the full chain demonstrated. So some figure, I focus on ThyssenKrupp for the collaboration, but collaboration is not only with ThyssenKrupp for this project. We also team with Avril, so for technology provider Axens and ThyssenKrupp, for the research, the CEA and IFPEN, for the feedstock, Avril, and for the industrial partner, Total Energy. So it's always like gathering all people around the table to make this last step of development in the technology. So you have some figures that we have 10 years of development, more than 10 years. What is more specific I can say is that above 1,000 hours of operation on this demo unit, And also specifically, we have tested various kind of feedstock to demonstrate the scalability and the flexibility of the technology. That was the first part, collaboration to de-risk a technology. But de-risking a technology, and we say it several times, is not enough today. And we need also to see how we can collaborate to de-risk the project execution. And in this case, so the way we are, this time we are collaborating with our customer, because it's a long-term partnership we are starting with them. And it starts with the concept study. To do a concept study, you need to help the customer to define which is the right pathway for his project. He wants to produce sustainable aviation fuel, which is the feedstock, which is the best pathway for him. And Accents, as with the big technology portfolio we have, we can orient it in, and we are quite technology agnostic regarding this. He can select a technology or another, but we can help him to make the right choice for his project. Then goes the feasibility study, where we are going to adapt the technology to the need of the customer, to the, does it make sense to inject hydrogen? There is some recycle stream in this kind of technology. We stay on biofuel. There is some stream that I recycle. We can select the right stream to recycle and the rate. We provide data for the life cycle analysis, the development of the business model, and so on. So everybody knows what is a feasibility study. And we also try to support him the most, because we know that being a technology licensor is not enough. You need to support him to show how you have de-risked the technology, to have a good credibility regarding the investor. We are linked with potential buyers, so we try to connect our customer with the most people we can to help the project to be real. So I will go to the feasibility study and what is important to do it with a right partner. And if I take the example again of biofuel, is to have an integrated solution. So that means during the demo plants that we have done, we have already done the technical part, I would say. We have done the yield optimization. So technology alignment is nice to say, okay, what is coming out from the gasifier is fine with what we need at the inlet of the Fischer trough. But it's not enough. We also have done the optimization, or we really integrated the two technology. So yield optimization, energy management, and cost cutting in order to optimize the integrated solution. What we bring additionally in terms of project execution is like to have a single point of contact for the customer, and also doing the schedule alignment. If you have several technology with integration, iteration that need to be done, so the customer doesn't need to take care of that, is done internally. And obviously the performance guarantee that bring a lot of credibility for the potential investor he need to attract to develop his project. So that was the second level of collaboration we do. So here we are still like technology development, project execution, and now we need also for the unit operation. And that has been always part of the strategy or core business of Accents. Is selling a technology is not thank you, goodbye, here you have it. It's a long-term relationship. Is how we can get the best from the unit. So it's not only support for troubleshooting, but it is also how we can adapt the technology to have the best performances all along the run, all along the catalyst life, and so on. And there is some other kind of services we are offering to our customer, like training of the operator, unit follow-up, what do we have? Startup, checkup, commissioning. So we have a very big range of services once the unit is in operation to support our customer. I would like to share a project. So this project is we have in the southwest of France, is bring by Elise Energy. It is an e-biofuel project, so that means feedstock is forest residue, 300,000 tons per year, and green hydrogen to produce 110,000 tons of liquid fuel, so SAF and naphtha. And the startup is expected in 2028. And we see the team here, but I don't know where they are. And so finally, some takeaways. De-risking a technology has a multi-dimensional aspect. We talk about what it brings, or what is, how I de-risk the technology itself with the demos, the model, and so on, but also what we can bring in terms of project execution. Having an integrated offer for the full package, because now most of the renewable solution integrate several technology. So having an integrated offer simplifies the project execution. And Accents, with our large technology portfolio, is a unique partner to provide integrated solution and services all along the entire life of the plant. So thank you very much, and welcome for your questions.
Thank you so much, Maxime. Do we have questions for Maxime? Let me start with one. Yes, we do. Perfect. And there's a microphone. Great.
Thank you very much, Maxime. Erik van Heuvel, Studio Gear Up. On your bio-to-fuel project, you said it's a pilot project. Total Energies is involved in it. Do you know whether companies like Total Energies are interested in actually bringing that technology forward to full-scale operation?
Once again, you say the
bio-to-fuel.
Bio-to-fuel. So bio-to-fuel is the name of the technology.
Okay. But is there plans, or do you have a lead that bring it to full-scale operation?
But the full-scale operation is a bio-to-jet. So we have two projects for this technology, actually. So one is the one I've shared, which is, I would say, the most advanced. We expect to have a FID in the coming 6 months, I will say. So it's quite well advanced. They have completed the feed. They have doing like consultation around the locations, permitting, and so on. So we hope to have a result soon for this one. And we have another project in the US, a bigger one, almost 3 times the size of this one, which is a bit less advanced, where we are providing now the basic engineering.
Thank you. Further questions? I wanted to ask also Maxime, because you're out there doing this, and throughout the first day and first half of this day, we've been discussing the reduced confidence in that the mandates and so forth are really going to hold. How does that affect you?
I would say Accents has a quite big portfolio, and so we are several technologies. So I think the market for us is still moving. So, for example, we don't have alcohol-to-jet project in Europe because we say it. We need a 2G ethanol, and we have. But anyway, we have alcohol-to-jet project in US, in Japan. So I would say that with this technology portfolio, it's like help us to cover the world and adapt depending on the regulation. We still would like to have more like visibility for our customer, and we have, but okay.
That's good to hear. Thank you once again, Maxime.
Thank you.
And of course, what we haven't talked about recently is what are the prices, where are the prices heading? And that is because we have the #1 expert in the room on this. It's Eddie Toftvik from ADM. Yes, you can. Here's a great microphone for you. Hello. Hello. There's a better mic on the table. Great. Excellent. And Eddie, you're going to walk us through technical analysis, but it's really going to be a pricing exercise. Go for it.
Hello, everybody. Okay, technical analysis of first generation feedstocks. Let's go through this very quickly. Now, before we start properly, a message from my head of compliance, Mr. Philip Llewellyn. Please kindly let everyone know that what you're about to present are your own personal thoughts and views and not those of ADM, Archer Daniels Midland, Wild Flavors, Probiotics, Niava, or any other part of the ADM group. Now get on with it. So, would you like to see something scary? Let me show you something that might scare you. This is my daily chart for Paris rapeseed futures, second month continuous. Scary, huh? Quite a mess. Let me simplify it for you. The key level to watch is the pink neckline, currently at 461.25 of the May to August head and shoulders top. I'm not going to explain what a head and shoulders top is, but that's the key level to watch. Interestingly, this is now below the primary target, X2, which is, I don't know if that shows up. Ah, right, okay, so I've got to move it over. Oh, I'm not going to get it right. It's that one there. Okay. It's below, actually, that now, because this is a few weeks ago, because I had to send this prior to do this. The secondary, much harder to reach target, X3, is down at 433.5. I've just put it there because it stops it getting in the way. We have a lot of supports in the way before we can get down there. The immediate supports, though, the ones that are affecting the market at the moment, is the dark blue February 24 to date uptrend, which you can see there, which is being tested right now, and the 50% Fibonacci line, which is this one here, of the May 23 to January 25 move, which is at 467.25. However, there's also stratified supports all the way down at 468.75, 464.25, and 460.5. But from 460.5, apart from the March low at 451.25, and there's a small lesser Fibonacci line at 449, we have little support until the 50% absolute Fibonacci line, which is down at 445 there, that one there, 445.5. There's not much support until you get down below that. I'm going to tell you now what happened since. Since I made that chart, the price has reached target X. Ooh, let's go back. Is it going too far? Went to, there we go. Why am I going to? I don't understand. They seem to be going only forward and not backwards.
The back buttons, there's a little arrow left below on your clicker.
All right. Thank you for that. Here we go. This is when I was up to and where I was talking about Paris rapeseed. So, I'll get it right eventually. It's reached its primary target of 462 already. And it's following along the pink neckline. So it's moving further down. It's discarded this line and it's moving further along this line. So rapeseed is heading lower. A simplified daily chart from a Canadian colleague of ICE Winnipeg canola futures, their version of it, and it's the second month continuous. Here you can easily see there's a bright red channel. I mean, that's what the market's doing. It's from June 2025 to date. It's currently at 602.90 today to 653.60. That's today. I've actually put it forward so you can see it. And it's the recent showrunner here. I mean, you can absolutely see that clearly. I hope you can. It's so obvious to me anyway. The gold long moving average, which is, I'm going to hopefully don't fall off of this, that line there, acted as a support in August, but in September, it became a resistance. For anybody involved in trading, support is below the market, resistance is above. There's also the possibility of what is called a complex April to August head and shoulders pattern. I'm not going to go too much into it, but basically, shoulder, head, shoulder, necklines there. There's a possibility of it. It's a complex one. It's not a very simple and easy one. And that's usually seen as a bearish pattern, market moving lower. Though there are continuous ones which move on higher, but it's usually seen as lower. Now, I normally set primary and secondary targets below for that, but we've reached the absolute Fibonacci line, the 50% absolute Fibonacci line, at 606.90. We're not closer, and we'd like to see what the market does there. That is a really important line, because absolute Fibonacci lines are literally from a price 0 to the high of the market. It doesn't work in New York crude oil, because that went below 0, as many of you might know. But it is important. It is a valuable thing. Oops, go back again. On this one, we're moving nicely down the red bear channel. We just carried on moving down that red bear channel. Testing the May 23 low at 611.10 and towards that 50% absolute Fibonacci line. So we're moving down towards this line. That's what happened as of yesterday. We're testing along here, and we're somewhere around about there at the moment. So perfectly fine. This is not a simplified chart of the Bursa Malaysia crude palm oil futures. It's a second month continuous, because I'll explain it as I go along on this. I've kept this complicated. The reason I do those notes is for me, actually, so I can remember what happens on that particular day's action. You can easily see two main features here on this market. There is this bright red channel which the market has been going along for quite some time. But, and remember this is a few weeks ago, it's running into congestion. It's running into this area up here of resistances. You know, it's pretty clear here, a little bit of gap there, a little bit there, but mainly it's up there. It's running into those resistances. And that's between the gold long moving average, which you can just about see here, which is currently at 43.59, and that's all the way up to the June high, which is at 45.59 up there. And there's a specific resistance to watch out for palm oil. It's the dark blue neckline, which you can see going across. It's currently at 46.12. And that's from a big old 2015 to 2017 head and shoulders top. One of these things will have to give way sooner or later as they cross over on the 30th of October, as you can see up here. That's the key date to watch out for on that one, the 30th of October, what happens then. I expect it, whatever it is, to happen before then. To give you an idea what's happened since, we're slipping sideways. We've moved sideways out of that bull channel, and we're testing the combined 38.2% and 50% Fibonacci line of 42.74, which is this one here. We're down to here, this sort of level here. And that's because of that overhead resistance. It stopped it going higher. Another complicated chart, Chicago corn futures, second month for my American friend over there. Here you can see the show run of the market since April. I mean, I drew this back in April until mid-September. You know, it's been running all the way through there. So this has actually shown the way the market is. It's called a mid-February, mid-April bearish shift picture. I'm not going to explain what that is, but basically take my advice on it as a technical analyst. That is a very valid angle of attack of the market, as you can see now. I mean, it's fantastic when it did that. And changeover gap moved higher. And then we've gapped up and we've pushed up over the top of it. This has shown the bearish angle of attack of the market. As I say, this was until changeover gap when we've gapped higher in September. However, that gold long moving average you can see above there has capped it again well, not immediately, but a little bit above it. It's capped the market. And that today is currently running, well, then was running at 449 and a quarter. The question now is whether the market will repair the breach of the upper time, which is currently at 430 and 3/4, or is this the beginning of another new pattern higher? And what I can tell you is the market is pulled back down. It's come off that gold long moving average and it's running along the top of this now, which is something that happens when it breaks through one of these patterns. It'll then run along the top of it, wanting to go back in it, but not really wanting to go back in it. And there's also this. There is a possibility of a bullish pattern of these two parts called the double bottom, a June to September. It's not happened as yet, but it's a possibility of it. Now, one more complicated daily chart. And we're going to be really good for lunch, I'll tell you this at this moment. Chicago wheat futures for my American colleague there. Second month continuous. Yeah, it's complicated. It is complicated. But let me explain. There are two main patterns at work here. The first is this bright red, mid-February, mid-September bearish Andrews pitchfork. This is again a derivation of that. The shift pitchfork is a derivation of this one. So it's a pitchfork pattern. That's been driving the market lower until recently. The second is the May to July head and shoulders. Now it's not very clear on this, but you have a shoulder, a head, and a second shoulder there, with a neckline running through roughly, which is the same as that earlier one. The bright red pitchfork has been breached and broken with changeover in mid-September. So the changeover of futures contracts, it's been broken on the upside. I use continuous contracts all the time. It's just easier. And I wait to see which it will be. The second, which is that May to July head and shoulders top, had an unfulfilling break lower in August. It had a primary target at 504 and a secondary target X1 down at 474. 504 was not reached, 474 was not reached. It didn't manage it. The neckline for that pattern which I spoke about is that long purple line you can see going across. And it's the purple extension to an earlier February to April 2024 reverse head and shoulders bottom. And that's currently at 524.5 today. You'll note the gapping move higher has been eroded by the mauve medium moving average, which is this one here. It's chipped away at it there. And it's essentially been capped by that gold long moving average. The long moving average today is at 552.5. You'll also note I've drawn a shallower, and this is shown here, a shallower dark blue February to mid-September bearish shift pitchfork. So this is a shallower move. It's a derivation of the original Andrews one. It's a shallower sense. When you break a very bearish pattern, you come up with a less bearish one. And it's likewise, when you break a very bullish one, you come up with a less bullish one. This one is really interesting, and I'll explain why. If the market maintains a gap, then this will be a better fit for what's going on. So it's moved away from very bearish to mildly bearish. However, I should point out, and it's really important and very coincidental, the crossover of the tines, of the two tines, happens today. Literally, this is not me making it stuff up. I just tell you how it's happening. It's happening right now. Such crossover indicators one or more of the following: a change in trend, a reinforcement of an existing trend, or just plain volatility. The previous one, as you can see, that crossover tied in with the gap higher. So I'm going to be, when I get back to the office tonight, and maybe tomorrow morning, I'll have a look and see what's going to happen with that. I'll be writing about that tomorrow, actually. And so you only need to look at the last crossover on the 15th of September when we had the gapping move higher to see how important these can be. Now, This was not a technical analysis classroom. I would like to let you know more what you can find out about information such as technical analysis. If you want to see, then please look or contact here, which is technicalanalysts.com, the plural. And that's, you can use your camera phones now, or you look up it later if you want. These are my free daily and weekly videos where you can find further daily and weekly technical analysis market information. There's the longer term annual ones I do at the start of each year, sometimes updated during the year. That's our company, parent company ADM, which I think most of you are familiar with one way or another. Where the investor services arm, which is financial services arm, based in the US, London and Singapore, 3 main areas. And that's our history. And the most important bit is when we became part of ADM, which was in 1998. I've been there 34 years. I've seen it happen. I've buried a few of the bodies, and I know where all the others are buried. I'm mindful that time, well, it's not too short. We're doing okay at the moment, aren't we? Well, I would normally say mindful the time is short, because usually it is. So here's the final bit. You're going to love that. And really is the final bit. Those are my contact details, both in the UK and in the EU. That's my office in London. I work there. I produce daily, weekly, and annual technical analysis commentaries on FX, commodities, and other markets, usually under the title of Eddie's Crayons. There's a whole story about that, but I'll go through it. You can see me on CME Group TV, Core Finance, FX Street. I was at the IGC Grains conference, which was quite good. Bloomberg, Commodity Week in London, which happened in April. Also Investing Channel. Now, I'm also chairman of the not-for-profit organisation, the Society of Technical Analysts, which is the oversight body for technical analysis in the UK. It's the oldest and one of the largest such societies in the world. I've also produced something for our Ghost in the Machine newsletter or discussion document, as talking about EUDR, which some of you may or not be familiar. It's been delayed yet again. This was the first time it got delayed. And also a director of the International Federation of Technical Analysts, which is the United Nations of all the different not-for-profit technical analysis societies. And I got put forward to an award recently, which was nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Tough pick, on topic, and on time. First of all the analysis that you do, we rely on guys like you, but is AI going to fix all of this very soon?
I had this question because last week was Energy Trading Week in London, and I was on a panel there. The answer is no, because I produce something which is non-linear. I can use AI to help me, but it will not replace me. If you trust AI to do your analysis, then you are trusting an intern with all the millions and millions and millions that you have to actually make decisions for you. That's a good example. The worst example is that you come up with, I mean, I give you an example of AI where I put into a very famous search engine, a very famous AI engine, do me an action figure of a technical analyst. And it drew a white male, North European, North American, in their 30s, with a pair of glasses. Okay, can you do me a female version of that? White male, North American, North European, with glasses. How about an Asian one, please? Because one thing we know about AI is very racist. North Asian, 30s, glasses. Can you do me a female version of that? North Asian, glasses, and the legs cut off. So that's what happens. I don't think AI, it's another tool. If I go back to when I first started, I was using paper charts back in the 80s. We were updating them literally with a special propelling pencil and architect's paper we had imported from America to do charts. I could cover 20 markets in those days. I cover 200 now, and that's not really hard. If I can get that with AI, that I can extend it even further, I'd be more than happy to see that happen.
More questions for Eddie? While you're considering your question,
One over there.
Great, go for it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Yes, hello, hi Eddie. Thank you very much. You started with trying to scare us, but I'm not scared. I'm puzzled now because I tried to understand. Well, this is the analysis, but now I want to know. Well, what does these developments in all of these 1G crops mean for somebody who is either operating or planning an advanced biofuel facility? How should I read your information? Not the analysis, but the insights that result from it.
Okay, may I respectfully ask you to speak to some of my colleagues at ADM who will be able to direct you in that particular direction? Because my job is to tell you what's happened from a technical analysis point of view, where we are now, and what the opportunities or possibilities may be in the future. And I'll happily hand you one of my cards and we can get in contact. I would happily ask you to speak to them because they can then tell you how, for example, you can hedge your product, how you can protect it. Because if you look at most of them, they were heading down, which is not exactly what you're looking for, I think. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's looking at the moment. Even the longer term charts were doing that. I mean, 2 years ago, I called a massive
Yes, we do. Pass the mic.
Recording in progress.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happened before?
Exactly.
You mentioned the EUDR, so can you just briefly kind of recap what's the status now and what's your thinking when is it delayed by a year? Is it confirmed that it's delayed?
Can you hear that noise? That's what EUDR is doing to me. The latest I understand is EUDR, well, let's go back. Hands up who knows what EUDR is?
Help us out.
European Union deforestation regulation, which means you have to trace where everything comes from to prove it hasn't been basically deforested for the previous 10 years. And you have to have geo, whatever it is, and everything else. There are always problems with it because how are you going to get somebody who is, for example, a farmer in a smallholding farmer in Ghana making cocoa or growing cocoa to put in the geostationary audits for everything in his area for the last whatever and then do whatever. The latest situation, as I understand it, is that last year it was due to come into effect, but representations were made by various countries to kick the can down the road to the end of this year. And most recently, further representations have been made, and now at a more senior level, that it's be kicked down the road another year. What's interesting about it is you need, and this is my understanding, you need to have the approval of the European Parliament for this. Last time to kick the can down the road, they stifled the far right, and I think it was mainly Germany, assuaged the left in the European Parliament to let it go through unaltered. This time around, a number of countries are changing around saying, we actually want an extra category of low risk and this and that. So the actual regulation may be changed, and that means it'll have to go in front of the Parliament again and all the rest of it. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, I could be. But it is one of the biggest things that is affecting anybody involved in any form of agricultural or otherwise commodity. And this goes from timber through livestock, through soft commodities like coffee, cocoa and sugar, through to soybeans. So it's nuts, basically.
That is certainly food for thought, and thank you once again, Eddie, for this. Give him a round of...
Thank you.
And speaking about food for thought, it's time for food. And same place as yesterday, those of you who were here yesterday, it's just across the hall down there for the rest of us. And we'll be back here in just over an hour, 1:45. Bon appetit. Do, 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 do. No, no, we're doing well. Welcome back after a great lunch. Let's find our seats for the final stretch of the Advanced Biofuels Forum. When I first started getting involved in biofuels and renewable energy, we were part of an organization called 350, which was based on the assumption that below 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, we would be fairly safe. We're now at something like 425, which means that we need to do everything that's in the room and more. And we also, unfortunately, need to work with capturing that carbon and putting it out of sight. So I'm so glad that within the program, we also have a session now on carbon capture and storage with Thierry Gauwels, who's the EU Director of Carbon Capture and Storage Association. Thierry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Matthias. I was sad to hear that you were telling me that the biofuel business is going through a bit of a dip. But yeah, sorry? Good to hear. But let me introduce myself and share with you a few of my personal experience and also how biofuel and CCS could work together. I have spent most of my career at Shell doing long-term new business development in many different areas. It was natural gas, power, CO2, LNG, or hydrogen. I have also been working for infrastructure players like the gas transportation companies and in the hydrogen consultancy. I am now at the Carbon Capture and Storage Association as a European director, and I'm looking at it from a long-term business development for a new infrastructure development. So let me check if this works. Perfect. So when I was asked to look at the CCS and biofuel partnership, I realized how complex and how many different aspects should be covered. So today I will not be able to cover everything, but let me propose the following agenda. I will introduce a little bit what we are doing at the CCSA. I would like to have a bit of a conversation about some of the case studies that exist where there is indeed a partnership between the CCS value chain and the biofuels value chain, and then look into what needs to be addressed, what are the challenges that we still need to work on, and what are the policy asks that we should work and push forward to make it happen. So, who we are, who is CCSA? CCSA is a trade association. So we are here to promote the full value chain of CCS, including utilization of CO2 as well. And I think that the fact that it's the entire value chain is what differentiates ourselves, because at the end of the day, if you don't look at the full value chain, you will have a residual risk. Risk allocation will not be done properly, and therefore project will not be bankable. So we are really aiming at the full value chain. So being here with one key element of that value chain is actually quite important for us. We are based in London and in Brussels. We have about 25 or so colleagues, and as you are probably well aware, from a CCS perspective, London or the UK has been quite at the forefront of the developments in terms of regulatory framework and therefore in terms of project developments. And so we are transferring that knowledge from London to the different member states as we speak to make sure that we can have these kind of value chain established in Europe as well. What is key for us is to look at the long term. As I said, we are looking at the regulatory framework, but also the, let's say, incentive schemes. We look at it as a long-term business development. We look at it from avoiding deindustrialization of some of the economies that we have in Europe, while at the same time meeting the net zero objectives. And we are looking at large commercial projects with and remaining technology agnostic. So how do we work, and what is relevant for this audience is as a typical lobby organization, and by the way, I should not use the word lobby, but that's who we are. So as a typical advocacy organization, we, I think that I can hear that you know what I'm talking about. We are organized in, let's say, different workshop or working group, both for the UK and for Europe. Some of these working groups are particularly relevant for the one that for this audience, like working groups in the UK about greenhouse gas removal, about CDRs for the equivalent for Europe. We are looking at low carbon products. Now, so far, mainly looking at cement industry, for instance, but I can definitely understand that low carbon product is also relevant for this audience. And we have quite a few working groups looking at the power sector. What is also quite interesting is that we have, let's say, joint working group between UK and Europe, because actually the interaction between the two is potentially very important from a CCS perspective. I will come back to that. But yeah, there is a lot happening on that front in the context of the ETS alignment, for instance, which could affect your industry as well. So who are our members? We are about 120. We have about 120 members, and obviously some of them are also relevant for this audience. We have the oil and gas players, where I'm coming from. We have quite a few big utilities. We have the drugs of this world, so or the Evero. Obviously quite relevant for this audience, and we will be talking about that. We have the technology providers for CCS value chain, the EPC companies, and also the supporting and advisors of this industry, including AFRI, who is indeed also active in your field. So very important, we really want to cover the full value chain. One part of the value chain that we don't cover at the moment, but we are working hard on this, is the banking sector. We are very keen to ensure that bankabilities of CCS value chain is improved, and so we will want to hear about what the banking sector think about that. And you may have noticed that there has been a lot of transaction in the UK recently. BlackRock entering into CCS was an important move. We would like to understand why and make sure that this kind of move happens elsewhere in Europe. So let's go to the content. You will probably be very aligned with this slide, but basically I think that the case for biofuel plus CCS is actually very clear. I think it's obviously from a low carbon perspective and meeting the net zero emission. but let's be clear between us. This is a very long-term goal. It is important, especially for policymakers. They are really keen on that. But as from a business perspective, we also need to look at what are the benefits of today. And I think that there are benefits for today that I will cover in the coming case studies that we will be discussing. But so, doing a bit of research for this audience, I was looking at all the different potential applications where biofuel and CCS could work together. I realized that there are basically too many. But there are probably a few aspects that are probably worth looking at it. There are different, obviously, energy carriers, being power, liquid fuels, or gas. I'm coming from the hydrogen sector, so that was also an interesting aspect that I can relate to. But I would like to spend a bit of time on the different industries that are affected by the potential between biofuel and CCS, because the refinery sector is obviously an important one. Power sector is an important one, power plants, paper, waste is also an important aspect. And that notion of reusing existing infrastructure and complementing it with biomass and with CCS, also biofuel and CCS, makes lots of sense to me. So I'll cover a few case studies. Now, I will not be able to cover everything. It's, as I said, too many. But I've picked a few. So some of them are from our members, and some are a little bit more from the wider public domain. And share a few aspects which are important. Let me be honest with you. Drugs, when I was at Shell a long time ago, I thought that this was the kind of asset that had to be removed from the market. For it to be a bit blunt, but I think that was the opinion at that time. I thought that doing biomass co-firing with coal was basically enabling coal to stay longer in the market. So I think that was something that we should have avoided, and that was basically maintaining an old asset in the past. I have changed my mind completely. I think drugs is now really shaping the future, which is super important because by combining biofuel in an old coal plant together with CCS, not only we will enable the reduction of CO2 emissions and moving towards the net zero, but on top of that, drugs helps in terms of creating a new CCS infrastructure because they bring additional CO2 volume for that infrastructure and storage, obviously. So all of a sudden, what I thought was actually something out of the past has moved towards the future, and I think it is very important. It is in the UK. The UK has been, as I said, at the forefront of CCS strategy and enabling these kind of projects. The way the UK has set up its strategy was really to have a clustering approach, so bringing all the different, let's say, CO2 sources in one space and then exporting it in a, let's say, coordinated manner. I think that the UK was also at the forefront in the context of CFDs and dual CFDs, so offering, let's say, stability for power price, but also for CO2 price. So I think that there is quite a lot of things that are worth listening, well, capturing in the UK context and exporting it elsewhere. These CFD concepts are for long duration, the 15 years plus, which is actually something which is aligned with the rest of the value chain, because for many of the transport and then storing operator, we are talking about the same time horizon. So it's quite an important aspect to align the different time frame for the different element of the value chain. I need to move on a little bit quicker. I'll go very quickly to Evero. So Evero is a much smaller project also in the UK that will be operational in 2029 that have just been approved from the UK government to store about 250,000 tons per annum. Why I've picked this one? This is because this is another value chain, basically waste to energy with CCS. But I could have picked another one. Stockholm Exergi is a project that has been recently made FID and connect an international value chain of CO2 between Sweden towards Norway, and there will be about 1 million ton of CO2 that will be stored in the Northern Light project run by Equinor, Shell, and Total. So also an important aspect. Stockholm is actually also interesting because Microsoft will buy some of the CDRs from the plant worth 3.3 million tons. And in addition to the 1.7 billion of grant received by the state, there are also some innovation funding support from Europe. So quite an interesting project because of the international aspect of that project. I will skip that one in view of the time. Just wanted to say that it's not only Europe, it's also in the US. It's also onshore, which creates quite a few difficulties as well. Just to mention that companies like Maersk are looking at CCS as well, but the shipping industry has tons of different opportunities to look at the decarbonization of their fleets, including ammonia and or onboard CCS. So I think for the shipping industry, the jury is still out, but definitely a sector that is important. I'll spend a bit of time on Exxon, the Baton Rouge biofuel refinery in the US is aiming at capturing 0.7 million ton. So quite an important asset, but also from a CO2 perspective, because the refinery is connected to a pipeline. That pipeline could provide low carbon, could provide CO2, which has other use than just storing it in the ground. And I can assure you that there is a lot of companies looking for this CO2, and Exxon has well understood what's the value of that CO2. So CO2 is not only just a waste, it can be used as a feedstock for synthetic fuel or low carbon natural gas. Let me move on a little bit. A few advantages and challenges ahead. I think that the biofuel plus CCS is a way to kind of solve some of the trilemma issues that we face. So it is energy security, because we have seen it in the context of drugs. It is about decarbonization, but it is also about avoiding the industrialization of some economies, as we can see it in the UK. I have to stress, though, that as I mentioned, from a bankability perspective and looking at the full value chain and on project risk, there is still some work to be done. But I think that the market is slowly started to get there. I have tried to look at policy asks that would be relevant for that kind of partnership and came to the conclusion that there were so many. Because your part of the value chain has additional elements of policy ask from our part of the value chain. And so I think aligning ourselves is actually quite important. But so let me pick a few of them. I think promoting low carbon products is important. As I mentioned, we were focusing mainly on the cement industry, but your industry is also basically selling low carbon products. The ETS integration is obviously an important one from different angle. The CDR should be integrated into the ETS, but we have also identified that between Europe and the UK, integrating the two ETS system is actually quite important, because that would mean that, basically to simplify, the UK has plenty of storage, but not a lot of CO2. Europe has plenty of CO2, but not a lot of storage. So making the two together via an alignment of ETS means a lot of cost reduction. We are talking about 28% cost reduction for European emitters if they are allowed to export in the UK. And that's also some benefits for the UK, obviously. And then, as I mentioned, in the context of drugs, delaying all these policies implementation would mean that a company, also an asset like drugs, could be basically mothballed or decommissioned, while actually they could have an impact in the long term. So, yeah, in terms of conclusion, I think that we probably need to be clear. The IEA estimates that by 2030 or so, we will have 60 million tons of CO2 captured via BECCS technologies. And that's 1/3 of what would be required to meet their net zero scenario. So definitely quite some work to be done there, and more than happy to help you with this approach. And I think that will stop here.
Thank you so much, Thierry. Do we have questions for Thierry? I'll start with one on my own. Yesterday we had a brief but intense discussion where somebody was saying, well, storing CO2 is a waste. We could use it for something. And others said, well, those 425 ppm says that actually we need to get rid of them. So what's your view? First of all, what's your view? And second, what do you expect the split to be between usage and storage?
Sure. So I think that you are completely right. If we want to achieve net zero, we need to capture and store. And actually, as CCSA, we are also supporting let's say, longer-term technologies like the direct air capture business, because there will be residual emissions that we will not be able to deal with. So capturing today's emission is important, but we need to do more. We need to do negative emissions as well, and so that is something that we are definitely promoting. But I need to be pragmatic. We need to put that value chain in place now, such that we can address that for the longer term. But so, yes, utilization is maintaining some of the molecule in the atmosphere, but at the same time, it does create a value chain which would enable a future with negative emissions.
And from a European perspective, do you see a market much like the ETS coming for negative emission anytime soon?
We are pushing for it, and I think that there is quite some traction for this to happen. So we have already some voluntary scheme. So Microsoft is very active in that space. Progressively, we are pushing for negative emission to be part of the ETS system, but we need to be extra careful about not affecting the credibility of that system now, because this is an important marker for many industries, and it is the credibility of that needs to be maintained. So we need to find a balance, but I think there are ways to make it happen.
Any more questions? Yes. Microphone is coming.
Thank you. My name is Zoltan Sabu, and I'm Secretary General of Climate Ethanol Alliance. And I was pleased to see the ADM project listed. That's one of the prime example of, we call it bio-CCS, so not BECS, but bio. And that's also, I mean, from ethanol. And I was also surprised to see you saying that bio-CCS has a shortcoming in the sense that it competes with food. And I understand where you're coming from. You're coming from the oil and gas industry. But I think this approach is very unhelpful.
Sure.
And the carbon removal space is facing a lot of challenges, especially in Europe. Like NGOs do not support it. So I advise that you avoid such outdated thinking in your upcoming presentations.
Fair enough. Look, I have been working with my former colleagues at Shell about advanced biofuel. Completely recognize where you're coming from. I should probably have tweaked the wording differently, but I completely agree with you. There are ways to ensure that biofuel does not compete with food or any other. But I have to say that the debate is still happening in Brussels. So where I'm coming from is to say that we need to address that. There is still some people in the public domain that have an issue with that, and we still need to address it. So it's on the, let's say, positive aspect that something we still need to communicate on that front.
Thank you. Well done. Well, it's well done. It's food and fuel. So make sure you, next time you speak for an audience like this, or for any audience. Thank you once again, Thierry, for this. And yeah, one other round of applause.
Thank you so much.
And so how do we apply innovation strategies to advanced biofuels? That's something that's been, throughout the day and a half. It's been there, but now we're going to circle in on it and focus on it with the help of Jesus Montes Ruiz, who's the head of collaborative innovation at Mueve. Jose.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Jesus Montes, working from Mueve in the innovation area. And I'm really happy to be here presenting you what we are doing in innovation and in our strategy thinking on biofuels. I'm going to start with a few words about Positive Motion. What is Positive Motion? It's our strategy. This strategy was launched in 2022, and the objective of the strategy was to convert CEPSA, because we used to be CEPSA, we are formerly CEPSA, we were CEPSA at that time. That was a medium-sized independent oil and gas company in a referent in the energy transition. So as part of this strategy, in November 2024, CEPSA became Mueve. This change in the name of the company is not more than a consequence of the strategy. As part of the strategy, one of the consequences was the change of the name. We consider that we need a new name for a new company. We are going to do different things, so we need to have a different brand. Why we are convincing Mueve that we have the opportunity to be leaders in this energy transition? Because we consider that we have an excellent opportunity based on our properties or on the qualities of our company. We have a size that allows us to be big enough to afford this type of projects that are quite capex intensive, but we are not as big as some other oil and gas companies, and that gives us a flexibility and the ability to be at least quicker in the decisions. We have a strong base in Spain. We are based in Spain. Most of our assets are there, and we consider that it's the best place in Europe to obtain the cheapest electricity. We have an extensive customer base that we want to use as part of our strategy. We don't want to be the only ones that has this trip. We want to accompany our customers on this trip on the decarbonization. The integration of our current assets with the future assets is going to be also a key. and the innovative approach that we are having in the last years, I think that is going to be an important point also, and is what I want to show you during the presentation today. With all that, we consider that we can be the gateway to Europe for these new energies. What are the objectives or the main points of, or the ambition of Positive Motion? Is not only to become net zero as a company, but also to help our clients on their decarbonization journey. We want to be a net positive in general, because we will be net zero, and we will help our clients to reduce their emissions also. And to do that, we want to be lead in sustainable energy, sustainable mobility, and chemistry. And the base of this strategy is going to be what we have called the green molecules. And a real important part of these molecules are the biofuels that we are going to see today. In terms of biofuels, we consider the biofuels as the present-day solution for decarbonizing the transport and some other sectors. We have a clear ambition to scale up our biofuel production. In our strategy, we expect to have 2.5 million biofuels production by 2030. We want to develop also all the infrastructure around these sustainable products, not only to produce the product, but develop also the large-scale infrastructure. And we want to do that based on partnership. We consider that we can't go alone in this trip, and we want to do it based on partnership for all the different sectors, transport, maritime, and all the sectors that are involved. And if we focus on the biofuels, we have a first project, let's say. Sorry, I have another microphone here. Our first project, that is the construction of a biofuels plant that has been FID last year and is under construction. It's expected to be on production in the Q4 of 2026 with a 500 kilotons capacity per year of products. It will reduce the CO2 production emissions in 3 million tons per year. It will be located close to our current energy banks. It will be integrated in our current assets. It's one of the important parts that we have seen before that considered as an advantage from our side. And this plant is not going to be built in our own. We are going in a partnership, in this case with Biofuels, that it's part of a company that will allow us to have access to the raw material, one of the main important parts of this type of project. We will have access to the raw material, and also we will have access to the knowledge that they already have on the treatment on those bioproducts. So with this, we have launched the project that will be a total investment of 1,000 millions, with more than 1,000 millions, that will reduce the CO2 emissions in like 75%. And all the project is based on circular water. One of the main points that we are located in the south of Europe. We have said that it's a great opportunity for us because we will have the lower price in some of the needs, but we are also in an hydric stress area. In the south of Spain, it's an strict hydric area, and we have to work also on reducing the water using. So that's one important part on the design of the plant. And on top of the liquid biofuel, we will be also producing biogas, bio-LPG, that we will also integrate it in our current assets. That gives us also an important advantage on this side. And what the innovation is doing on this type of project. I have said the project, but what the innovation is playing an important role on that. It has played an important role since the beginning of the project. We start working on the technology selection, trying to evaluate all the different options that we have in the market, and see how all of them fits to our necessities, to our current needs that are based on what we already have. We want the technology, it's not the better technology, it's the technology that better suits to our necessities. To do that, we did some different evaluation processes, trying to optimize the configuration of the plant to our own necessities, and we did that collaborating with all the different partners that we have in the project. And not only we're seeing what the technologies tell us that the plant is going to do. We want to test it in our own. We have our own innovation center. It is located in Alcalá de Henares, very close to Madrid. And what we have done there is to test all the different catalysts and all the different technologies that we have been provided for the project. And we are not going to do the numbers of the project with the numbers that the technology provides us. We will do with the numbers that we obtain in our own experiments. So that will allow us to work on the efficiency, scalability, and feasibility of the project with our own data. We have done this for the different stages of the project, for the cracking, isomerization, looking at the different configuration that will be possible. And based on that, we make the decision. And once that we have the project developed and we know what we are going to have, what we are working now is on having a pilot plant that allows us to reproduce or to mimic the industrial plant as close or as similar as possible to try to do all the tests that we will need. That's the way that we have been working in our oil and gas business for several years, and the one that we are translating to the biofuels also. But we are not only working in innovation in the plants or in the biofuels plants. We have been working for several years in innovation in biofuels. We started in 2005, working in our research center, in our innovation center. We started to work on co-processing. We started to work on co-processing in 2005, and in 2011, we started to co-process in our facilities in the energy parks in the south of Spain, in San Roque at the beginning and in both of them now. So since then, we have continued working. We have continued working on trying to add new feedstocks, new units to try to increase and to optimize the co-processing and to maximize the quantity of co-processing that we can have in our facilities. We have been working in co-processing. We have been working in the production of the lipidic routes of biofuels, but we are also working on the other routes that we know that are not the ones that we are doing now, but we consider that are the ones that we need to take into account, and we need to work closely with our business in the future of the projects of the company. All the processes that we have tested are here: pyrolysis, thermal liquefaction, gasification, or fermentation for the different processes, co-processing, upgrading to produce the different biofuels. What we have done in each of them, I have a summary in the next slide. In the HTL, in the liquefaction, hydrothermal liquefaction, we have a pilot plant also. We have to test new raw materials, see how they behave, and which of them are really able to be part of the possible future projects of HTL. The same with the pyrolysis. We have a pilot plant to pyrolyze different raw materials. In that point, we have changed a little bit our point of view. We start thinking on what we can pyrolyze, and now we are more focused on what we can do with the pyrolysis oil. Okay? At the beginning, we want to have a pyrolysis oil that we will introduce in our current feeds, but now the problem is how to introduce this pyrolysis oil. Not so important to produce it. We know that it's done. People is producing the pyrolysis oil, but the integration of the pyrolysis oil on the current streams that we have in our energy parks is the main work that we are facing now, and also the gasification. In the gasification side, it's not so focused on the R&D part. The gasification is done. It's more focused on looking for the optimum gasification process that allows us to obtain the maximum and the fits better with our necessities. Again, different gasification technologies. No, I'm not going to go into the details of the technologies, but different technologies that are optimum for different processes or for different raw materials or for different needs. So we are trying to look for the best solution to our own needs in our location, with our materials, and with the integration in our current assets. And the next step, as innovation, we are not only thinking on the biofuels, we are also thinking on the e-fuels or synthetic fuels. So again, we are focusing on the production of eSAF for different routes. It can be based on river water acid, Fischer-Tropsch, the needs, all the the main point that we are working here is not on the boxes, because the boxes are a lot of people working on them. It's on the arrows that goes from one box to the other one. Because I'm producing here a syngas, I'm here using a syngas, but is the quality of the syngas that I'm producing here the same that the one that I need here? I'm producing CO2 here and capturing CO2, and I'm producing a CO2 stream. But the quality of the CO2 that I'm capturing is the same that the quality that the methanol synthesis step needs. So we are working a lot on not on it, but on not on the boxes, but on the arrows that are trying to join that. And there's a lot of work that we are doing here to be ready to be part of the companies that we will be able to face this kind of projects. And yet, there are some other projects that we are doing at. All of them are looking at the same, on trying to introduce the biofuels on the quantity, different competitive projects that we are facing with universities, with technological centers in Spain or in Europe, looking for using of different raw materials or different final products that we would like to introduce. I would like to emphasize the use of microalgae. That's something that we and a lot of people is working on for quite a long time, and it's always on this R&D part, and it's not jumping to the next. So we are working a lot on trying to make it feasible. And that's all that I want to present today, what we want to do and how we are trying to do it. That it's not easy, but it's for us fascinating to try it at least.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jesus. Questions for Jesus? Yes. Microphone. Wait for the microphone. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, well, thank you for the presentation. I've been working a lot with your new CEO, and I've been working a lot with Moeve in my career in hydrogen. I will ask you the same question as the one that you asked me. You have a CO2 stream. Will Moeve consider carbon capture and storage as well, or you will only use it for utilization?
We are now considering utilization more than storage, because in Spain, storage is not really easy, because there are a lot of political aspects that make not it easy. And now we consider that we can obtain more value from the CO2 once we capture it by utilizing it. And in the past, we were involved in some projects, because at that time we were working in Abu Dhabi and in some other areas where the CO2 injection is more feasible, but not in Spain.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I got one of my own. When the biofuel production that you are now getting into, what sectors do you think will have the most relevant uptake?
The ones that are not easy to electrify. I mean, we are thinking on transport, mainly in aviation, for the SAF mandate, and the SAF in the future will be the best, the main part of that. But also some other industrial parts or some other industrial business that needs to decarbonize its industrial assets and don't have any other possibility than continue, or don't have any other easy solution than continue using fuels that doesn't emit so much CO2.
And briefly, just to give us a local flavor of Spain, what are the rules and regulations there? Is there like a blending mandate that's helpful to your business, or what does it look like?
What we are more worried about is about how these mandates will be stable on the long term, because all these investments are long-term investments. We are not going to invest for today or tomorrow. We need 10, 15 years of clarity, let's say, on what the regulation will be to ensure that the projects that we are facing are the correct ones. Because we can't allow is to change the rules in the middle of the project life, let's say.
Thank you once again, Jesus.
Welcome. Thank you.
And that last comment is a perfect bridge to the next speaker, because how do we de-risk the upscaling of sustainable biofuels? We've seen him before. It's Ruben again from Repsol, but now you're on your own. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Matthias, for the introduction. Many of the concepts I have for today's presentation have been discussed in the panel, so I will try not to repeat too much and give time for the coffee break and the networking and so on. I like to start my presentations proudly remembering that Repsol was the first company in the sector to get its commitment to become a net zero emissions company by 2030 to achieve this 2050 to achieve this 2050 target. We have established a progressive pathway with intermediate milestones of progressively reducing the carbon intensity indicator of our operations. I learned yesterday that Repsol was the first, but Neste now is in the top one because they will do it 10 years before, so congrats. Joking aside, who we are, Repsol is a global multi-energy company. What does it mean? It means that our mission is not to provide only fuels for transport, but all different kinds of energy that our customers will need, and to make it in a profitable, sustainable, and progressively reducing the carbon intensity of our products. So we provide fuels, of course, for the transport sector, but also renewable energy, gases, renewable fuels, and also circular materials. Our company is organized in 4 main business lines. So we have the upstream, which is responsible for the production, exploration, and production of hydrocarbon, oil and gas. This is conventional business. We have the industrial business line, which is responsible to operate our industrial assets in which we produce the gaseous, liquids, solid fuels, as well as plastic materials and specialty products, both fossil-based and bio-based products. Customer business line is responsible for the distribution and commercialization of the end products, both in our retail network with service station and the channel of big sales to our main customers. And finally, the newest business line in Repsol is the low carbon generation. That is responsible for developing and operating the projects for renewable energy production, mainly through hydroelectric, solar and wind projects. Some key figures of Repsol. We are, let's say, a small to medium company compared with our peers. We have 25,000 employees working in more than 20 countries. Our upstream operations are focused in 20 projects all around the world, with a total production of roughly 600,000 barrels per day. In the industrial side, we have 6 industrial complexes in Spain, Portugal, and Peru. In renewables, we are present in Spain, USA, and Chile, producing nowadays 3,600 of megawatts. And in the commercial side, we have a retail network in Spain, Portugal, Peru, and Mexico of roughly 4,500 stations. My speech today deals with technology, and technology in Repsol is the responsibility of the R&D and corporate venturing division where I work. We are 250 experts managing an R&D portfolio of roughly 6 million euros per year. And within this division, we have also the corporate venturing, which is responsible to identify the most promising startups developing technology that could be aligned with our strategic objectives, and to push them and help them to develop this technology through taking a participation in these startups. So to achieve our net zero emissions target by 2015, we need to completely change our business model, going from our current model of refineries processing crude oil and using natural gas to produce fossil chemicals and fuels. We have to move to a low-carbon refineries and petrochemical sites in which the crude oil is progressively being replaced by other kind of feedstock. Natural gas is being replaced by biogas, biomethane. We need to integrate green power, green electricity in our operations. Hydrogen is very important for our business, so we need as well to deploy new ways of producing this hydrogen with lower emissions, so we can provide that decarbonized portfolio. Here you can see some of the strategic targets we have in 2030 to make this business model transformation. This business model transformation implies a radical change also in the value chain. It has been discussed this morning. So in order to do that, we need to incorporate the new feedstock that are completely unknown for us. We need new technologies in order to be able to transform this waste and these residues into an intermediate product that can be further processed to final products in our existing refineries. We have to change as well as our existing assets, retrofitting our processes in order to be able to process this new feedstock. And in case it is not possible, we need to implement new technologies in our industrial assets. And finally, we will produce products with quality as close as possible at the current one, but need to be technically validated in order to assure that we comply with the quality standards required in the market. To do so, the good news is that we have several technological options available. I will not explain in detail this figure because it has been explained by previous speakers. But so good news is that a lot of technological options are available. Bad news is that many of them are still until developing and has not been adopted at a significant industrial level. So basically, looking at the options, the more mature one is the transformation of lipids through transesterification of hydrogenation into final fuels, and the conversion of organic residues through anaerobic digestion into biogas, biomethane. If we go to the fermentation, it's a mature technology for crop-based feedstock, but it's not completely developed for lignocellulosic materials. So these three are the more mature, the rest are still until development. So beside all the risk that we typically have in the value chain, feedstock, regulatory, market, and so on, technology risk appears here. And the oil and gas companies are not so familiar with technology risk because we have used processes that are completely improved during a lot of years. So this is something new that we need to manage. So it is crucial to identify the technology risks with the technology that you select and to do it in the early stage of the project. Typically, we think that the technological risk is associated with the process itself, but is not so true. Most of them can be associated with the process, but you have some technological risk as well in the raw materials and some in the product. So we need to have assess these technological factors in order to be sure that we are making the right choice. I will not go completely in the list of technological risk, but this is the most typical ones that we use to find when we make a technology assessment. This technological risk identification must be done in a systematic and organized way. So in Repsol, we have our own internal technological de-risking process, which is compulsory to be done for all the technologies which are non-mature. So we are talking about technologies at TRL 6, TRL 8. And the risking process is done in parallel with the implementation of the industrial project. The primary goal is to do the identification of the technological risk and define a mitigation plan starting in the early stages. So we typically start before the engineering process is started. We make these preliminary risk identifications at the same time that we are making the technology scouting and that we are making the technology selection. So in that way, we incorporate the technology as a KPI in the decision. So it's not only important to select the best technology in terms of CapEx, OpEx, yields, and so on. We have to choose the technology that has lower risk and higher TRL. It doesn't necessarily implies that all the risk must be mitigated. No, you have to identify, you have to monitor, and you need to have a plan to the risk in collaboration with the technology provider. And if you don't identify any red flag in the early stage, you can go into the first stages of your engineering project and at the same time make some final validations of the technology if we detect any gap. I will finish giving 3 examples of projects in Repsol, how we are implementing this new technology in our operations. First one is the Cartagena refinery biofuels plant. So this is a project to transform 300,000 kilotons per year of waste lipid into 250,000 tons per year of advanced biofuels, most part diesel and SAF, but also biopropane and naphtha. This plant started operations last year and is close to finish the ramp-up of the project. The second one is the Ecoplantas project in Tarragona's refinery. So this is the first plant in Europe that will transform municipal solid waste, 400,000 tons per year into 240,000 tons per year of renewable methanol. The FID for the project was has been established this year and is expected to come into operation in 2029. And the third one is the synthetic fuels demo plant we have in Petronor refinery. So this is a demo plant, intermediate between pilot plant and industrial scale. We are making this project in collaboration with several partners. One partner is the provider of the technology. We have some other companies in the oil and gas sector participating in this project, and the objective is to develop the whole integrated process for e-fuels production. So it has CO2 capture, it has the green hydrogen production, and the Fischer-Tropsch to produce the e-fuels. One of the main objectives is to demonstrate one stage of the process that is our TRL6, which is the reverse water gas shift process. If it is successful, we will scale up to the industrial project. So I will not go and repeat these key takeaways because we have discussed it this morning in the panel. Just go directly to the final one. So the value chain in the renewable fuels production is so complex in nature that we need cooperation between the different actors in this value chain in order to move faster and help to mitigate all the risk we have in this project to become reality. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Questions for Ruben? Let me start with one on my own again. You said that you have to completely change business models.
Yeah.
And I was like, first of all, how do you get management buy-in? But also secondly, you can answer them both in one. Secondly, I think, isn't it true that a lot of what you're going to do is similar to what you've already done, and that's why we're so confident in that you will manage?
Yeah. So taking this second question, it's true that some of the technologies we are considering are relatively new. But the basic concepts that are behind these processes are very close to what we have been done in the oil and gas company. So this helps us a lot to mitigate the risk, and at the same time convincing internally to go to this project. So we have a lot of catalytic processes similar than the ones that we have in the refineries. Plants are operated in the same way, so we are used to operate this kind of industrial assets. So this helps us a lot in this journey.
Excellent. I have renewed trust in you. That's great. and you said that, so one of the examples that you had is that you're going to move from the pilot to large-scale commercial, which is where we all, need to go a lot faster. And you said that if you have the right figures, you're going to go ahead. And of course, the right figures is partially on your own side, but partially it's policy and so forth, which is forever changing. So how do you factor in policy changes when you decide whether or not to go full-scale commercial?
It's the political, how we manage the political risk. It's not easy to make this. So it's not possible to manage this risk. So when we decide to move to this first project, we assure that the project, independently of the regulatory framework, can be justified and is profitable by itself. So if you have the cheap feedstock, if you have the offtake agreement, and you can make it profitable independently of the regulatory framework, you can move. Of course, this approach is working for the first project or the second project, but it's not. You cannot extrapolate to a strategic plan, for example.
And I think several of us who have questions for you realize that we are going to have a coffee break now. So there's other opportunities to pose those questions to you. Thank you once again so much, Ruben. We're going to have a networking break until past. But before you go out, after the networking break, there's going to be 2 more case studies, and then there's going to be the roundtable discussions. And I would love for Maxime, for Jose, Eric, and Sue to join me at stage right now for discussing on how we best do the roundtables. The rest of you are good to go, but those 4, please come up here. Da, 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 da. Welcome back to the final leg of this marathon-like 2-day session. And when we're approaching the end, we also need to talk about money. That's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna go for the puzzle of financing advanced biorefineries. And I hope that we have some great questions to Melis Dietrich Seefeld, who's the managing director of Via Solutis and who's gonna solve the finance issue for us. Melis, where are you? I'm here. There you are. Yeah, of course, of course. I was looking that way. Yeah, good having you here. Yeah. The stage is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy I have the opportunity to talk to you today. I hope you had some good coffee and you are ready for the next session. You are. Perfect, perfect. And I want to start this with a question. And my question is, what is this? Where's, huh? Is it a pipe? No, no. Is it Eric? Eric is not here anymore. It looks like a pipe. Like a what? Pipe. No, it's not a pipe. So this is a baton for a relay race. Yeah? It's a pipe. It is a pipe? Yeah. Yeah. So this was, I think, 3 weeks ago. Yeah? And I learned, and that's very interesting, that you do not win a relay race because you have the fastest runners. You win because you have smooth handovers of those. Yeah? And it can also happen, what we saw with the team of Jamaica 2 weeks ago in Tokyo, where Keshane unfortunately dropped this. And that then is the end of hope, because then you are disqualified. So why am I saying this? This is very similar to advanced biofuel projects or first-of-a-kind projects. The money is there. You have the runners. The sticks are the projects, and some of them fall. Why is that? So, the runners, most of them, they are completely new on their feet. The off-taker has never bought it, the bank has never financed it, the EPC player has never built it. Okay? So now let's take a look what happens, and we want to unpack how this can be solved. Check. Okay. So I want to take with you this journey here. Do I have a time somewhere? Okay. This journey, we want to start with why is it so difficult to finance a first-of-a-kind plant? That's number one. Number two, how is it financed, or how are they financed? And number three, how do you structure a special purpose vehicle to finance such a project or to do such a project? Some little words about Via Solutis. So we are a boutique consultancy. We help tech innovators to break out of the pilot and of the demo, conquer the global market, and build what has never been built before. And that's our topic today, the first-of-a-kind projects. We do this in 3 areas. The first one is what I've done the last 25 years, which is to commercialize non-proven, non-validated technologies. And the second is to develop first-of-a-kind projects. So before we finance something, we should know what we are financing. This is a project I have worked on in Central Europe, and this is a 2G bioethanol plant, which turns any type of lignocellulose, in this case it was wheat straw, into a bouquet of green products, 2G ethanol, vinasse, lignin, and others. So this project was planned with a TIC, a total investment cost of 400 million. We talked about this, Ruben, about this number. So this number was 400 million. And to simplify a little bit, let's say 70 to 80% are CAPEX. Yeah? So this is round about 320 million of CAPEX. And this is divided in these parts. And it's very interesting because 40% is the inside battery limits. This is the core process. This is what's new, what is disruptive, never been proven. 40% is the outside battery limits, and 20% is the EPC. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, he's nodding, that's good. Then I was not totally wrong about this. Okay, so the bank says, I want to have 25% of pool liquidated damages. 25%. In this case, it was 65 million of guarantees. That's a lot of money, isn't it? So now we said, oh, come on, how can it be 65? That is the total CAPEX you want. And they said, look, I want the same for the outside battery limits, because if the inside battery limits don't work, the outside battery limits have no value for me. Okay? So we said, come on, and please remember this number from the EPC player. Because if you see here, and there was the EPCM, this number here, the revenues, they are basically the guarantees they were asking for, the banks. Yeah? So now let's take a look why it is so challenging to finance a first-of-its-kind plant. And at this point, it's very helpful to make a comparison. And we take a look at next-of-a-kind plants. Those are technologies like wind or solar that have been built thousands of times, standard, optimized, the opposite of first-of-a-kind. So if you, oh, I didn't bring my glasses. Okay, so if you have a standard technology like wind, the technology basically is mature. The value chain is established. You have your suppliers, you have your buyers, you have the logistics. If you want to build a 1G ethanol plant, it costs 1/5 roundabout. Let's put that in. Yeah. So it costs roundabout 1/5. The ramping up time, this is a very important number, is double, triple of a 2G plant than from a 1G plant. You will not, in wind, you get a full wrap of an EPC player, and the financing we're going to take a look at. Bless you. So what is the consequence? So the bank covenants at a NOAC plant is 80% of debt. So if you go to the bank and you say, I want, for a 2G project, I want to have 80% of debt, then you look into a face of a banker where you don't know, is he going to cry or he's going to laugh? Yeah? the debt service coverage is the double, and the payback time is half. Does it sound like working? Okay, we take a look. So, how do you finance projects? Most of you probably know. So you have a capital stack, and you see where is the money coming from. This here is the capital stack of wind or solar. Yeah? You can see senior debt is around about 80%. Corporate, let's say, is 20%. You get some grants here, you get some subsidies. This is basically it. Standardized, worked on leverage and optimization. So now what is this? This is the capital stack of a forward plant. It looks different, right? It is basically the opposite. Yeah? So where you have 80% of senior debt, you have roundabout here 60, 70, 80% of equity you have to bring, and the colors are very different. Yeah? It's extremely fragmented. You need a mixture of different types of finance. You have to stick together piece by piece to get a finance. And now look at the senior debt. This is what you need from the bank, where you wish it is 50 or 60%. I cannot see it. Yeah? It's hardly there. I want to give you two examples of such finance. This is the amazing project of LanzaJet, Freedom Pines in Georgia, and it will this year, and I think you mentioned it, going to produce round about 10. The nameplate of this plant is 10 million US gallons of SAF and biodiesel. And the capex is 264 million euros. So you see a lot of colors here. Yeah? It's not like the opposite of the wind. Yeah? And this project was mainly financed by equity grants, which you can see here. A loan, a concessional loan at dreamful conditions, and shareholder notes. Shareholder notes is basically a loan from the owners. Yeah? So that is Suncor, I think it's Shell, it's LanzaTech. Did you hear me saying senior debt? No. So there's no senior debt here, and I need to accelerate a little bit looking at the time. So you can see here another stack that is of the sunliquid technology of Clariant, okay, in Podari. I've just been there 2 months ago. Beautiful plant, awesome technology, and the announced capex was 140 million euros, and you can see here it's paid mainly by Clariant and then by grants. Okay. Did you hear me saying that, senior debt? No, nobody heard me saying that again. Okay, so now we talked about why is it difficult, how does the financing look like. Now let's take a look on how do you structure such a project. The heart is the special purpose company or vehicle. You can see here in the middle, the feedstock. At the Clariant plant, for example, it is 250,000 tons of wheat straw as inbound. That means every 20 minutes, a truck of 30 tons of wheat straw is coming. Then you produce the products. We have talked about this. Down here, you can see what is needed to plan and execute and realize the plant. You have the project development team, the technology provider, the key equipment provider, the EPC player, the O&M. And here you see where the money comes from. Yeah? We have looked at this. Equity, banks, public funding. So everybody wants this project to run. Everybody wants to enter a new industry, create a new industry with a flagship project. Let's take a look at the interest of everyone. So the public funding, they say, I want you to follow the RED 3, the ISCC, the different policies. I want that you prove your technology, ideally in my country, and I want you to create jobs and other social benefits. So the bank says, I want high interest, I want enough buffer to get my loan back. I want to give all the risk away. I'm not going to take any risk. I want flexibility. And I want basically all these contracts you have seen to work and to be there. The special purpose company says basically the same what the bank wants, but they say, hey, I want to maximize my profit. I want to reduce the cost. So it's not exactly wanting to have higher interest. Then they want to shift the risk as well. They want to have also financial buffer and flexibility. So now look at the others. The EPC says, I want high profits, so it's low cost for the SPV. I want to have limit guarantees, the opposite of what the two wants. The technology provider says the same, the key equipment provider says the same, O&M says the same. Feedstock and products and offtake, they want the same basically, just the other way around. One wants high prices, the other one wants low prices. Everybody's still pulling at the same rope? Doesn't look like it, huh? So this is quite a hassle if you do this. Yeah? I've done this the last 15 years. You have a lot of meetings where you sit together and you go through the interests and conflicts for 100 times. And this is the key of all. This is what I call the triangle of tension. The bank goes to the SPV goes to the EPC, and they say, look, I want you to give me an EPC lump sum turnkey FIDIC silver book contract. Okay? I'm going to give you need to give me guarantees over 65 million, pooled LDs, which is performance as well as delay. And I want you to invest something, show the skin in the game. That's that's my favorite words. The EPC says, what do you dream of? Yeah, is Christmas? So he says, I cannot do it. But let's take a look. So he goes to the technology provider. He says, come on, technology provider, I cannot take your performance risk. You have to do that. You have to guarantee to us the yield, the availability, the efficiency, and much more. Then he says, and I need from you all the data, dear technology provider. Technology provider says, look, are you completely out of your mind? I have developed this for the last 10 years. I'm not giving you anything. Mm-hmm. And then the EPC says, I want to build this as soon as possible with low cost. The technology provider says, no, you need to give me time. We need to optimize. We need a longer ramp up. And basically, the bank goes through the SPV to the technology provider and says, so first of all, you have to invest 5% of equity. The technology provider is getting a heart attack. Why? Because at this moment, there's only one player who has invested millions into this. Only one player. And who's this? That's the technology provider. He has invested from his revenues, from everything he got, he has invested millions to develop the technology. Okay? And now he should take all the risk that usually the entrepreneur, the SPV should take, or the SPC. He says, no, guy, this is not my job, otherwise I'll become the project developer by myself. Yeah? So he says, look, I can give you limited guarantees, that's fine, not more than my license fee, but that's it, more I cannot do. So where is the baton now? Huh? Baton dropping or not dropping? Because if the EPC player says, I can give you 10% of guarantee on the LDs, yeah, of the capex that is, what did we say, 32 million, the technology provider says, hey, okay, I can give you my license fee, let's say it's 10 million, then you are at 42 million, and they're missing over 23, 25 billion. So who's going to take that? So this is the triangle of tension. So I have sit in this many times, either as technology provider or as EPC player. And you discuss this with the bank again and again, and then 2 years have passed, everybody finds out, no, it doesn't work. Okay? And this has to change. This cannot continue, so you have to find a way on how you better distribute the risks to others, how certain partners can be more courageous to take more risks, but who can this be? So, what can we do to unlock this? And that is basically the question I want to ask you, because the time's over. So maybe you have some good ideas.
You know what? We're gonna give you a few extra minutes here because you can't leave us with a cliffhanger like that. You need to solve it for us before you leave the stage.
Yeah. So I did this actually very smart. I wanted to say we can talk about this having a coffee.
No.
Yeah, but I can give some ideas. Oh no, where we are. Ah, okay, sorry. On this we went to. Ah, there was. Oh, I will get there.
You really don't want to show it?
No, I can show it. I mean, there's no universal. So there are several ways, and in this job, then, if you do first of its kind, you need to be extremely creative and flexible. So what is possible? What I have done is created a joint venture or a partnership of the EPC player, the technology provider, and the key equipment provider. It's still difficult to reach the 65%. And there are still discussions. The technology provider says, hey, key equipment provider, I need an availability guarantee for you. I'm not responsible if your machine, if your box doesn't work. Key equipment provider says, how can I take the risk if your process doesn't work? So you have to get together and you have to get to know each other and learn to trust each other. Yeah, that is handing over the baton. This can be a joint venture, this can be a silent alliance. At the end, it has to be one single point of contact for the SPV, because the SPV says, I don't want to deal with John, with Matilda, I don't want this. I need one single point. Okay? So that is one part you can do. Is that enough, or you want more? I can give one more. One more.
One more.
Okay. So in Eastern Europe, at a project, we got together the largest farmers. We said, come on, guys, we are going to found an institution, an organization together with you, where you have 60% of of this company which holds shares from the SPV. Okay? So the farmers are basically investing into the SPV as well, bless you. And by them investing, you have more equity, you have a lower debt, and there's more confidence of the banks that you have involved in another one from the value chain that has not also been on his feet as well.
Thank you, Melis. You started out, your first picture, I think we all remember it, was this runner who dropped the baton, the one that you showed. And these runners, they're professionals. This is what they do for a living. And everything depends on them not dropping it, and still they drop it. So what would you say is the sort of most underestimated factor that makes us drop the baton?
Yeah. Okay. So we have seen in the past, there have been several technologies, for example, in second generation ethanol. DuPont, Abengoa, you name it. Novozymes was inside, Beta Renewables. All of them basically, Clariant, all of them basically stopped the project after 4 or 5 years of commissioning. This is the most critical part, and that is totally underestimated. No? So everybody, and there's a psychological name for it, I think it's called, it's a bias. So everybody has a bias of its own technology that's not going to fail. The startup will be done in 1 year, but that doesn't happen if you have a new technology. And then everybody puts the financial model in that way that they say, okay, we can finance 1 year. But then it's going to become 5 years, like with Raizen.
Thank you so much for that, Melis. And now for the final, last case study of the day, of this conference. And of course it makes sense too. We've been discussing aviation, we've been discussing shipping, ground transport fuels. So how do we integrate them better? Last speaker of the day, please give a warm hand for Erik van der Heuvel, who's from Studio Gear Up.
Thank you. Let me see. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry that I wasn't here yesterday. Let me see if I can work with these two kind of baton-like things. I have to keep it close, right? So, right. Is it like this? Is okay? Okay, yes, hello. My name is Erik van der Heuvel. I'm partner and managing director at Studio Gear Up, a strategic advisory firm in the space of bio-based, circular, climate neutral and fossil-free issues. Go to the website to find more about it, so I will not tell about that. In this call, let me have a look, the big one. Yes, so I think we're gonna have a lot of arrays in the near future to actually make sure that we reach climate neutrality with advanced biofuels and e-fuels in the transport sphere. And I will show you a bit of a disturbing picture, which is, let's say, the development of CO2 emissions compared to the 1990 reference value in the European Union from 1990 onwards, when we started the Kyoto Protocol. And what we actually see here, and I think I'm going to try, does this work? Yeah. So all the economic sectors, industry, the electricity generation, the residential sector, the built environment, have been able to bring down their CO2 emissions in comparison to the 1990 levels, except one sector, being the transport sector, being still in 2023, that is the latest data that the European Commission has published, almost 25 to 30% above the 1990 level. Luckily, we did already introduce a bit of biofuels in the sector, otherwise that number would have been higher. But we even saw that in the COVID time, we still were not able to go down in a lockdown situation to go below these 1990 levels. It's because transport keeps growing in volume. And of course, we have, let's say, Europe has a clear focus on bringing, especially road transport sector, land-based transport, down by introducing battery electric vehicles. But I'll show you another disturbing picture. That is actually what are the vehicles on the road in Europe at the moment. And the blue color, here, are the battery electric vehicles. The greens are the plug-in hybrids. I mean, they might use electricity, but could also still use liquid fuels or gaseous fuels. But the majority of the 250 million electric passenger, the passenger vehicles are internal combustion engine vehicles based. They need liquid fuels, a few gaseous fuels, and we have to do something to actually bring more renewable fuels in that segment. On the bottom, you see the light-duty commercial vehicles, mainly the vans and buses, but buses are very limited in total numbers. And at the bottom, the heavy-duty vehicles, 6 million in total. And in both of these categories, actually, the battery electric vehicle is negligible at this moment in time. In total energy volume, the passenger cars in Europe represent about 67%, two-thirds of the total energy consumption, and the light-duty commercial vehicles and the heavy-duty vehicles, for a large part, do the other one-third. So that's a way to understand that. But it does mean that even though you see a lot of high rates and high shares of new registration of battery electric vehicles, it will take time to actually replace this legacy fleet with combustion engines. It's important to know. And now I will show you a picture. It looks like a Mondrian painting, but it's not. It is about how in Europe, let's say, our final energy consumption is. And what you see here is the following. On the y-axis, you see actually the share of each of the sectors in the total energy consumption. So of the 875 million tons of oil equivalents consumption in Europe, so it's equivalence of that, the majority actually is in transport. So the share of industry is less than that of transport. Transport has the biggest one. And commercial and public services and households also are quite important. And what do you see in the coloring? The coloring is actually the type of energy that is consumed in that sector. So what we do see, of course, is a very clear dominancy of oil and petroleum products in the road transport sector, and very limited electricity, which is the red color. And that electricity is not the electricity that goes into the electric vehicles, that is actually the electricity that goes in rail transport, mainly. So we see the green part being biofuels, lucky for that we have that, but it's still a very small share. We see also that in the other sectors, the share of electricity consumption is quite relevant. It does not say anything about the renewability of this electricity. In Europe in 2023, I think it was about 45% share. So half of that orange bar actually is renewable, but on average, our share of renewable energy in our total energy system is very moderate. The green is biomass, mainly, and we see that that is very dominant in the heating sector and in the industry, let's say in the household sector and in the industry sector, mainly for heating purposes. In some countries it is used to produce electricity, but then it appears here in the red part. But this is excluding our international aviation and maritime sector. And very often when we talk about sustainable aviation fuels or maritime fuels, we do not understand exactly how that compares to the other sectors in total. And well, we hear about the hard-to-abate sectors. Actually, the previous graph I showed you is actually showing that the road sector is at the moment a very hard-to-abate sector, with 15 years of specific policy on it, well, almost 20 years specific policies. We have not been able to actually curb the CO2 emission reduction in that sector. So that is a hard-to-abate sector. But here is actually the share of the energy consumed in aviation and the maritime sector, and that's at the bottom. So these are the volumes that you have to take into account. Each of them is about 45 million tons of oil equivalents, and it's mainly dominated with let's say, liquid carriers, but oil carriers, and only a very little share at the moment yet of renewable biofuels. So we have work to do. I mean, we have to pass over many batons and also at the same time. So the ring should not have 8 lanes, it should have 100 lanes. And a lot of people should be running and running and running to actually make sure that this, let's say, olive-colored oil disappears from our energy consumption, like also the natural gas, by the way. And we actually see that when we take a look at the International Energy Agency, they see a clear role for sustainable biofuels, so worldwide. So the dark slides are Europe-based, the light blue-colored slides are more in the global sphere. This is a global picture. We go down from 450 exajoules of energy consumption in total by 2050 in the net zero scenario to around 350, a large part due to the fact that we increase our electricity consumption, which has an energy efficiency gain, but still the share of renewable fuels, either bio, hydrogen or e-fuels, will grow to around 80 exajoules. It's a huge expansion. And what they also see at the IEA is actually that when they take an in-between step for the year 2030, we have enormous increases needed to actually achieve a path towards that net zero emission scenario. So, and in all of them, we are quite behind. So we really have to step up quickly now. We talk about climate neutrality in 2050, but actually a lot of scientists now say, well, we were very stupid to actually bring that message to the politicians, because a lot of politicians then had the idea, oh, we can wait, we have time enough. No, the carbon budget is depleting now, not in 2050, it's depleting now. And so IEA says, well, we really have to step up. And that does mean, when you take a look at global biofuel production by type and technology in that scenario, actually that we have to develop mainly advanced ethanol, sure, but also a lot of advanced biodiesel and biokerosene options for the long-term future. So, well, we have to go indeed very quickly to these first-of-a-kind projects in the whole spectrum of technologies to make sure that we have this next-of-a-kind and many-of-a-kind. So from FOAC to NOAC to MOAC in that sense. And that's a message that we really have to take very seriously, and how to bring that forward not only to the technology developers or the let's say the equipment suppliers, but also to the policymakers and the politicians. There is really something at stake here, because if we don't bring down the CO2 emissions in the transport sectors, it will actually be very hard to achieve our climate goals at all. It's quite an Achilles heel. In that global setting, we also have to understand, and that will have implications on the feedstocks that we are going to use, that also all other continents will scale up. So it's not only Europe that scales up, everywhere. We have heard already some mandates in China or in Asia, in the US, in South America. That does mean that, let's say, we cannot rely just on importing and trading the feedstocks for the technologies that we try to build here. We have to be aware that it will be perhaps also so that we have to rely on a European setting to make sure that we achieve our goals. That's the main purpose of this slide. Back to Europe. So, in another way presented, this is the, let's say, the road sector volume of energy, and on the right-hand side you see the, let's say, the equivalent shares of the volumes that we see today in energy consumption in the shipping and in the aviation sector. Now, the Renewable Energy Directive 2030 targets represent this either 14.5% lower greenhouse gas intensity or 29% renewable energy with all kinds of double counting, equaling around 65 million tons of oil equivalent. At the same time, and this red goes over all these transport modes. At the same time, the shipping sector has a regulation that the CO2 emission of the greenhouse gas intensity should go down 6%, and aviation should blend in 6% of SAF. But when you see that if these two regulations are fulfilled, then let's say there is still on the red a large volume to be dealt with. That means that this is volume for the road transport sector in particularly. Perhaps there might be some trade-offs, but the majority of the renewable energy that we are using will be in the road transport sector. And of course, part of it will be renewable electricity, but given the fleet that I just showed you, we cannot expect that that fleet suddenly is half electric, so it will require renewable fuels. Now, we have these trajectories for the maritime sector going down in CO2 intensity over the years towards 2050. We have the same trajectory for the aviation sector, building up the volume of renewable fuels in the blend of that. So how will that then work out? So we have this red volume, 65 million ton oil equivalent, and then over time, when the road sector is electrified, more or less, we have around these two volumes, around 60 million tons of oil equivalent needed to actually comply to this FuelEU maritime and ReFuelEU aviation. That does mean that the 2050 volume for these two sectors in volume is almost equal to that what we already need in 2030. So if we do it smart, we build up technologies that last long if we build them up in a flexible way, in an integrated way, to make sure that they produce fuels for either sectors and move over time to those sectors where they can actually deliver their products. And very often we see a siloed thinking, people of SAF collecting each other, people of maritime collecting each other, and then discuss how can I bring my fuel options in that sector. But then we forget to have actually this kind of integration opportunity. Now, there is a report by the European Commission. It was published a year ago that actually tried to understand, well, what is actually needed in volume to build the industrial capacity for drop-in advanced biofuels. And there is a very nice graph. It gives an amount of volumes of all kinds of technologies. I've grouped them, and I want to show what it looks like. So this is, and we grouped it, this is what, let's say, the production capacity equivalence is for the biofuels that were used in 2023 in the EU. A lot of it was FAME. That's the blue, that's the volume. It's not necessarily that this production was in Europe, but this is the equivalence, around 8.5 to 9 million ton oil equivalents. And we had some HVO, we had some ethanol, a bit of methane, and some advanced ethanol, not yet alcohol to jet. That study said, well, by 2030, we would actually need this additional volume of fuels in the market. We cannot grow in food and feed crop base, so it should be advanced technology. And we also see appear on top a bit of e-fuels by 2030. But the majority of the growth towards 2050 is actually extending on the technologies and that we already have. So it's the FAME, the HVO, a large increase on biomethane, diversifying in portfolio, so actually adding new lanes on the track where the arrays are being taking place. But then when we have a look at 2050, we actually see in what the study showed that we start to have scale up of technologies that we are now almost not, let's say, have at scale in the sector. And I think this is a very important message because in your case, it's an individual project. But here, how are we going to assure an investment and have a kind of a portfolio approach, a mosaic approach that, let's say, the top ones here and also let's say the e-fuels, the RFNBOs, are quite expensive ones and with high capex requirements. How do we organize that investors also step in these while the cheap ones, I mean, it's not the right word here, but are already, let's say, taken. But how do we organize that? That would be my question in the round table that I would like to discuss after this session, because that's a very important question. How do we mobilize that piece of work? Well, and then here you see all of that assembled, where you see that advanced biofuels will also, up towards 2050, be in volume perhaps even bigger than what a lot of people think that e-fuels will have. So we have to understand that sometimes the debates are focused on one issue, e-fuels, SAF, whereas, let's say, the nuance in the details is much more finer, and if policymakers don't understand it, if investors don't understand it, then it's quite difficult to actually move this up. So, give the example on SAF then for this case, but we have talked nowadays mainly HEFA, we have seen it in the slides, but there are all kinds of options that are emerging, and I think there are quite some synergies already possible in this case. So, for instance, in exchange of hydrogen, surplus hydrogen that actually from an Fischer-Tropsch reactor could go to HEFA facilities. Feedstocks that actually can be exchanged between pathways. CO2 that is available in an ethanol facility could really go to a power-to-liquid plant. The technology can be shared in the syngas where we have an e-bio facility. So there is all kinds of options that we can think of how to organize that. And perhaps I think that when electricity comes in as in the batteries, biodiesel will probably be more excluded, and we still might see a pool of gasoline-fueled vehicles in the market for a longer time than diesel fuel cars. So how are we going to make sure that in those gasoline vehicles we can have higher grades of ethanol in it, or naphtha, or whatever? So with that, some takeaways, and I see my time is running perfect. I think transport sector is actually the Achilles heel in reaching our climate goals in Europe. And the 2030 RED III volumes are much bigger than the 2030 volumes that we need in aviation and in maritime and aviation. And a lot of people might give the wrong impression in that respect. Also, RED III energy volumes are bigger than the ones that we had in 2040. So we have to already scale up. And we cannot just, well, of course, we might on a short term think, well, we will have international trade, but then we will be, let's say, paying that later on, perhaps. It has to be electricity and advanced biofuels and RFMBOs because food and feed crop are capped. So a lot of the advanced technologies really depend on Annex 9A lignocellulosic feedstocks, and that technologies really still have to be built up at scale at the moment. So the point is you can actually benefit perhaps from the developments in the road sector so that the learning curve is in the road sector, and then your technologies can be flexible to actually bring it to the aviation and the maritime sector. We saw quite some synergies. It is not only Europe that has to scale up, it will be the world as a whole, but that means also that non-European continents will also seek own feedstock resources, and that actually means that we also in Europe have to think of about a local or regional feedstock mobilization strategy to be resilient and make sure that you actually have technologies that suit these characteristics of these feedstocks in Europe. It also means perhaps that we have to reconsider how to connect, and you already gave the example, Melich, where the farmers are strategic partners in a project to actually reconnect with agriculture and forestry sector for these feedstocks that are available, but also needed. And with that, I would like to close.
Thank you so much, Eric. Questions for Eric? Good, because we want to move into the very last part of this day, which is the roundtable discussions. We have two tables here that are formed into one. Here we're going to discuss how we expand and scale up sustainable biofuels. Here we're going to discuss the integrated approaches with Eric. And here we're going to discuss sustainable aviation fuels. And we're going to do that for 20 minutes. I hope for us to come up with policy suggestions, market messages, and perhaps a pledge of our own. Get the discussion started. Please don't leave just yet. No, you can't. No, you can't. I saw you. Just a very brief discussion, 15 to 20 minutes, then we wrap it up. Stick around.